been listening to a lot of technicalities, as we heard from Ron Dittemore and Milt Heflin, a pair of engineers who work inside the intricacies of the space shuttle program, but also a fair dose of emotion as they deal with what is truly a loss to the NASA family. And we send our condolences here at CNN to all of those at NASA directly affected by this. I'd like to read you a quote from Gus Grissom, who died January 27th, 1967, the Apollo 1 fire on launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center. If we die, we want people to accept it. We're in a risky business, and we hope that if anything happens to us, it will not delay the program. The conquest of space is worth the risk of life. Gus Grissom, prophetic words, NASA, Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo astronaut. We spoke to everybody on this crew before they left, and we asked them a lot of questions about their joy of their job and the risks they take, and whether they accept those risks willingly. To a person, they said yes. Let's listen to them.
We do have a lot of first-time flyers. 4 out of the 7 are first-time flyers. 3 of the others out of the 7 have only flown once. So combined amongst the 7, we have 3 flights. And we joke amongst ourselves that Jerry Ross, who just flew recently, has by himself 7 flights. So he's got us beat by a factor of 2. And we're hoping that when we come back from a mission, we'll be beating him combined. You know, we'll have 10 flights amongst all of us, and we'll jump ahead of Jerry.
I think every space mission is special, and everyone comes with its own set of challenges and exciting things to do. And I couldn't be any more excited about a space mission than I am about this one. But once this flight is over, I'll be back in line for the next flight, and whether it's a Hubble flight or going to the International Space Station, I'm sure it's going to be another exciting space mission just like this one.
I look forward to it. To me, I guess because I'm the flight engineer, and my background is in aircraft systems, and that is something I have loved since I was 14, 15, you know, the engineering track, and really wanting to know the nuts and bolts, how a system works, if this happens, what's going on. And then on some of these more intense periods of our orbit, the ascent, when we do the on-orbit maneuvering system burn to basically get to the orbit that we need to, and then the deorbit burn we do to come back home, and the entry routine, and play a role in those is just tremendous. I mean, I have lived my life for that in some sense.
Kalpana Chawla, a naturalized American born in India, a NASA astronaut, talking about the thrill of spaceflight and how she lives for the event in which she perished earlier today. Let's send it down to the Kennedy Space Center, where CNN's Lou Dobbs is reporting from. Hello, Lou.
Miles, thank you very much, and thank you for the eloquent reporting on this tragic day. It's now been 8 hours since we lost the wonderful crew of Columbia. The pall that has settled over Kennedy Space Center cannot be exaggerated. This is a place of adventure and imagination. It is a place where people take their lives, their livelihoods, their mission very, very seriously, and they take that mission seriously with great pride. To see the mood here, to feel it, is all the more remarkable because the pad behind me, from which Columbia launched 16 days ago, a launch is the most exhilarating, most wonderful electric experience. The joy here is one of these shuttles rises from Earth to go into orbit is just matchless in terms of the experience. To see, to feel, to hear here today, the mood, the somberness is in stark contrast. John Zarrella has covered the space program for CNN through good and terrible. John, your thoughts?
Yeah, I found that during that press conference that we just listened to, that they really were opening up their souls, and not just the here's the facts, ma'am. Although as engineers, that's what they certainly gave us. And you know, I remember, I look over my shoulder now back to that countdown clock there, where 17 years ago I was standing at the edge of the water watching Challenger lift off, and things are a little bit different today than they were then, from the standpoint that, you know, after Challenger, NASA put into place lots of much better ability to handle this eventuality than they had before Challenger. I found that as different today. The information was far more forthcoming today than it was initially after Challenger. The chaos that surrounded this place back then on that first day after the Challenger explosion, that everything is far more organized today than it was then.
Far more organized. I think you're exactly right. NASA better equipped to deal with a tragedy that we all hope never comes. As we listen to Ron Dittemore, the head of the shuttle program, and Milt Heflin, the chief flight director, you watch two men struggling to come to terms, and much too soon, with the tragedy that is, as I thought Ron spoke so eloquently, so personal. Because the people here who work at Kennedy, at the Johnson Space Center, all the NASA centers around the country, they are a family, as Ron Dittemore said, but they're also somewhat cloistered. They struggle for their budgets. They are not given the respect that many of us believe they deserve. They are not given the attention that many of us think they should. And to watch him struggle with trying to understand so quickly and being pressed so quickly to understand what went wrong on Columbia is in its own way heartrending.
And when you know, we're watching again now as we see Columbia in that liftoff, and they did spend a lot of time in that press conference discussing this bipod area, the connection area where a piece of foam had fallen
Between the orbiter and
the orbiter and the giant external tank. And listening to all that, and yet again reflecting back to the experience after the Challenger accident, and he pointed out, look, this accident happened at 207,000 feet. The Challenger accident happened literally right there. You had great video, close-ups, camera work that they could analyze. This one may be far more difficult in the end to figure out, don't you think, Lou, than Challenger?
Yeah, I think without question, but I think there is another similarity here. Very quickly, we focused on the temperature on the day of launch of Challenger. Very quickly, the engineers, the scientists, the mission people have focused on that one piece of insulation, apparently approximately the size of the crew hatch, from the bipod that struck the left wing in some location. They're not even clear at this point where. That is telling us a lot, because that's coming straight from them. They're struggling to deal with it. We watched Ron Dittemore. What are your thoughts, John, on that?
Well, he also went back and said, of course, let's not speculate. It may end up to be that this has absolutely nothing to do with the catastrophic accident that we had today. But at the same time, you're absolutely right. Very quickly after Challenger, we focused on that image that showed that literally like a flamethrower burn through of the solid rocket booster that into the external tank that ultimately ignited the vehicle. And again, they do seem to be focusing fairly quickly, if we can say at least this, on something that went wrong pretty clearly on the left wing. I mean, that seems to be where their focus is right now.
And Ron Dittemore went to great pains to point out that he initially misspoke, that he said that it had anomalies that were reflected by the 8 sensors. It turns out that what they did have, and he put this correctly, they simply lost those sensors, as he put it, as if a wire were cut. We're not going to have the data that we want so quickly, and especially those engineers and the mission control people who manage this flight and who are ultimately responsible. And you can see how much they feel responsible for the lives of these 7 astronauts. It's worth going back to, again, to Challenger, unfortunately, on this day, to talk about how long it's going to be before we know what happened.
Yeah, and they're talking about the fact that you know, that maybe 5 months that the program might be down. And I recall certainly very vividly, as you do, Challenger was January 28th, 1986, and we didn't fly again, return to flight and discovery until 1988, almost the end of '88, if my recollection is correct, in November of '88, before Discovery took off.
This is, in all of this pain and tragedy here and around the country, indeed around the world, the engineers, I'm so proud of Ron Dittemore, and I know lots of people are, because he is struggling with the hard, tough analysis that everyone here will be working so hard to go through to come up with a concrete result so this never happens again. But the process is going to expand beyond simply the engineers and simply the scientists. It's going to be a political discussion as well that will take, and there will be a natural process in all of this that includes healing, because this is a tremendous loss.
Once you get past that initial healing process, then just as, again, after Challenger and the Rogers Commission and the report and the political implications, and in this case, the situation is far more difficult than it was after Challenger, in that you have a space station up there now that you didn't have after Challenger. You could take 2.5 years on the ground, get your problem solved, and work it out. You have an incredible commitment to the space station, to other international partners that didn't exist to the level they do today,
Which is
you only have 3 vehicles.
Which is a statement of the way in which the space program in this country and indeed the world has advanced. Tomorrow, the Russians will launch a Progress vehicle to resupply station. And after that, it's not clear what the next steps will be. And Monday, Sean O'Keefe, the NASA administrator, was to present to Congress his budget, talking about all the wonderful things that are underway, nuclear propulsion for travel to Mars, a new space orbiter, and obviously all of that is now on hold. With John Zarrella, I'm Lou Dobbs. Miles O'Brien, back to you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate your insights. Let's do a little technical business while we kind of wrap things up here. I wanted to just tell folks what a bipod is, just briefly, because we've been using that term quite a bit and bandying it about. If you take a close-up here, this is a simplified version, but this model does show what we're talking about. It's the attach point right beneath the nose of the space shuttle to that external tank. The external tank containing oxygen and hydrogen in it. Super cold stuff, 400 degrees below zero for the hydrogen, 200 and some odd for the oxygen. The hydrogen is the coldest substance on Earth, the liquid hydrogen. That bipod is the place where they think a little piece of foam fell off and hit somewhere in here, the leading edge of that wing. And Randy Avera, a NASA engineer, former NASA engineer, who was involved in the shuttle program during the Challenger days, let's help folks understand. When they say foam, this foam is pretty dense stuff. I used to have some. I can't find it, unfortunately, but the foam is pretty dense. And at the speeds we're talking about on ascent, rising to orbit, so much as a raindrop can cause trouble and can break these tiles, can it not?
Installation of the spray-on foam insulation, it's called, or SOFI, S-O-F-I. That's a procedure that's done after the construction of the basic tank. Then the tank is transported to Kennedy Space Center on a barge and then integrated into the shuttle stack in the vehicle assembly building. But any object that could hit it could do damage, but there's also the preparation of the surface that the insulation is applied to. Any contamination there or any procedures that are not correctly done could create either delaminations, separations, or defects.
Okay, let's, I sort of got ahead of the game here. I'd like to get your impressions from a technical mind from what you saw there. First of all, I was impressed, as Lou and John Zarrella was, with the stark contrast to 17 years ago. NASA really being forthcoming here. Impressive sense of laying the cards on the table, answering questions at length. What did you draw from that, that left-wing issue, those sudden, that sudden loss of information from those sensors?
Well, the thing to remember, the loss of data, as NASA had indicated in the press conference, it appears in one way to be working from the trailing edge of the wing forward. For example, if you have a disturbance on the leading edge of the wing, that can actually trip the boundary layer, the aerodynamic boundary layer close to the surface of the tiles, and actually create a thermal effect much further back. So what NASA is very correct in
So
doing.
an unpredicted disturbance of air, which could kick up some tiles, could cause a problem and perhaps put enough force in those tiles to knock some loose?
What I'm saying specifically is an aerodynamic disturbance that creates an aerothermal application of heat
I see. Okay.
that could exceed the limits of the tile system.
So-
And there are also spacers between the tiles, which if they become dislodged could allow aerodynamic flow to get in between the tiles.
So in other words, kind of a blowtorch effect on a specific spot on the shuttle and not able to withstand it, exceeding the parameters.
Correct.
Okay. What's your any other general impressions you can share with us right now?
Well, certainly the loss of that data is not at what NASA would call a nominal or normal occurrence. And it certainly has evidentiary nature to its existence. And I believe in comparing the activities of today that NASA is doing to that of 1986, I believe they're on track. The Deputy Administrator of NASA was one of our leaders in what we called the RED team, the investigation team of NASA engineers. He's former astronaut Fred Gregory, and I believe he will be working a lot of these issues to bring the lessons learned from 1986 forward and to implement them as starting today, procedures that are in place and real-time decisions that are going to have to be made.
What's your gut sense of where the program is right now?
In my book, The Truth About Challenger, which is being printed as we speak and available in about 2 weeks, I've detailed this, that this is about science. This is exploration, research, and development. And we have a very unlimited, bright future. Science, the kind of science we do and what we know about science is reflective of who we are as human beings. I say in the book that we are one human race on this planet, and that our endeavors to learn in school and to have good jobs and to do good work, as Gus Grissom used to say, just do good work. In that spirit, we have a bright future ahead, and anyone that is in school right now, a young person, a middle-aged or older person, we have a lot of national resources and people who have done work in our country that we've just basically dismissed from jobs because of downsizing. These are national resources we need to bring back to inspire people to do the great science that is yet to be done.
Randy Avera, thank you very much for your insights. Randy's a former NASA engineer, was there in the dark days of Challenger, and before and after that as well. Thank you very much for being with us. And at this point, we'll tell you that we're just, even after a long day, just getting started on this story. This is a story that we will be telling you about for many, many months to come. On the near-term horizon tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a special report. I'll be joined by Judy Woodruff and Wolf Blitzer and Lou Dobbs for that. Larry King Live, 9 p.m. Eastern. He'll have several guests related to this. And then an additional special report, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, with Anderson Cooper, Judy Woodruff, Lou Dobbs, and Wolf Blitzer. That's all coming up here on CNN, so please stay with us for the latest and comprehensive information on the tragic loss of the Space Shuttle Columbia on her 28th flight, the 113th shuttle mission, 16 days seemingly flawless, ending with a sudden and seemingly inexplicable disintegration over northeast Texas. I'm Miles O'Brien. Let's send it up to Judy Woodruff in Washington.
Thank you, Miles. And so hard to believe that it was only about 49 miles overhead, 49 miles over the surface of the Earth. You think about the distance from one place to another on Earth. That's how far up the shuttle was when it apparently exploded and fell apart. And I just want to chime in and say I agree with what Miles said. I was struck by the candor that we heard from the NASA officials, the shuttle program manager, Ron Dittemore, at one point at the end saying, somewhere along the line, we missed something. But, he said, I guarantee you, we're going to fix it. Well, in a tragedy of this magnitude, you can imagine President Bush is involved. He was called first thing this morning as soon as the White House Chief of Staff got a sense of what was going on. Our White House correspondent, Suzanne Malveaux, is with me now. Suzanne, it has been a full day and a very, very tough day for this president.
Certainly, Judy. As you know, one of the most difficult jobs of the president is really to try to rally the country together to help comfort them in these times of tragedy. That one of those days for this president today, a day of mourning, a day of reflection as well. The president saying to the victims' families that the entire nation grieves with you. President Bush found out just after 9 o'clock when he was at Camp David. He was told by his chief of staff about the tragedy, and later today the president he issued a proclamation that all flags in federal buildings be lowered to half staff. That happened just after 1 o'clock here at the White House. When the president first found out when he was at Camp David, we were told that he decided that it would be better to monitor the situation here at the White House. He quickly came to the White House. That is where in the cabinet room he made his national address to the American people. I'm quoting, saying a couple of things here, saying that we can pray safely that they are home, the men and women who assumed great risk in the service to all of humanity. He went on to say that it was a cause for which they died will continue. Our journey into space will go on.
In an age when spaceflight has come to seem almost routine, it is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more.
And Judy, we are told by senior administration officials that he made a very difficult call, a conference call to the families of the victims. They were at the Kennedy Space Center this afternoon. He called and he said, I'm going to quote here, that we express our love and appreciation for all those who died today. I want the loved ones to know there are millions of Americans praying for you, including me and Laura. He goes on to say that it's an incredibly tough day for you. May God bless you all. And then he says, I wish I was there to hug, cry, and comfort you right now. God bless you all. God bless. We're then told that those who were in the room with the president, he was standing at his desk in the Oval Office. They said that he was quite somber, that he left. He went to the residence, excused himself, went to the residence for some time, and then came back to be briefed by his advisors for more formal meetings. We are also told as well that the president did make a condolence call to Israel's Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. As you know, one of the victims, one of the astronauts, an Israeli citizen. He also returned some calls for those who were offering their condolences from world leaders, leaders from Mexico, France, Russia, and Canada, just to name a few. Judy.
Suzanne, I know at the White House they're monitoring this across many spectra, if you will, looking at the military. There have been questions all day, in fact, as to whether terrorism might have been involved. Every official we've talked to has said they don't believe that that's possible, but there clearly has to be a heightened alert about that. One of the astronauts, after all, was from Israel.
Well, I have to tell you, in the very beginning, and perhaps what makes this a sign of the times from the Challenger explosion in 1986 is that was the first thing that everybody was thinking about, whether or not this was some sort of terrorist attack. We have been told emphatically from senior administration officials, really from the very beginning of the day, that there is no indication whatsoever that this was the result of some sort of terrorist attack, but they do emphasize they continue to investigate fully. But from the very beginning, they were told that no, there is no need to worry about that. But yes, as you can imagine, Judy, that was the first thing that a lot of people were thinking about. They were afraid that that was the case, and we've been told that it is not.
And Suzanne, I gather that, I don't know to what extent you've been able to follow this from the White House, but that it's the Department of Homeland Security that is already very much involved in making sure the debris fields are secure. In fact, just making sure that security is at the highest possible level across the country.
Well, that's right, Judy. It was just last month that the president signed an executive order that designated Secretary of Homeland Security Tom Ridge to actually be the point person to coordinate all of those efforts in the case of an emergency, some sort of domestic situation in the United States, not just a terrorist incident. And yes, that's exactly what Tom Ridge did today. He designated FEMA as the lead agency to be involved in response as well as recovery. We do know that NASA is involved in the investigation, but certainly a lot of agencies have their hands in this one. The president, of course, keeping a close eye on all of the developments.
Okay, Suzanne Malveaux at the White House. And before we go anywhere else, I want to point out, Suzanne mentioned the president did phone the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon to express the deepest condolences of Americans to the Israeli people and the loss of their citizen, the astronaut who was lost in space. At the same time, we, some hours ago, received a public statement on the part of the Palestinian Authority, wanting, I think, to make certain that they have expressed their condolences as well. It's very brief. I'm just going to share it with you very quickly. It's from the Palestinian senior negotiator, Saeb Erekat. He says, Palestinian President Arafat and the Palestinian Authority offer their condolences to the 6 American families and to the Israeli family who lost their beloved ones on the tragic breakdown of the shuttle mission. Again, Ilan Ramon was the single Israeli citizen, astronaut, a former fighter pilot on board the shuttle Columbia. Ramon, this was the first shuttle mission for any Israeli citizen, so clearly something of enormous interest in Israel and a source of enormous pride for the Israeli people. And at a time when that country has been through so much tragedy and is going through an incredibly difficult time right now as the U.S. gears up toward a possible war with Iraq, to have this happen only makes what is a very tough time even more difficult. Now, we were trying to establish a connection with our Pentagon correspondent, Barbara Starr. Barbara, are you available?
I'm here, Judy.
There you are. Well, at the Pentagon, they've had a very important aspect of the mission, some of the mission that we heard Suzanne describing at the White House. Bring us up to speed on that.
Well, Judy, what we can tell you is that defense officials tell us that now NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, the Strategic Command, other elements of the U.S. military infrastructure will be going back through all of their data, their satellite, their communications data, radar data, everything that they possibly can go back through to see if they can glean any clues as to what might have happened. Of course, as part of the air defense system over the United States, there are radars and satellites up all the time, and they would have seen something about all of this. They would have seen the radar track. They would have been monitoring some of the communications, some of the sensors. So we are told they are going to go back now through all of their systems, some of the most classified, most expensive systems in the U.S. military, and see if they can offer any clues. Now, what we can also tell you is that earlier today, really within a very short period of time after this incident began to unfold, the U.S. military moved very quickly to see what it could do to offer to help even before there was a formal request. We'll run you through some of the things that the military has been doing throughout the day. In Louisiana, for example, the Louisiana National Guard began flying 2 F-15s over western Louisiana, over south central Louisiana, and they found debris from the shuttle near Lafayette, Louisiana. That's about 100 miles from the Texas border. They found it in pine and scrub brush, we are told. So some of the debris falling very, very far from Texas. Back in Texas at Fort Hood, where they had been getting ready for possible deployment to Iraq, they began flying 4 helicopters around eastern Texas, again looking at some of the debris that we have seen during the day. They were also ready earlier in the day to deploy military police units if there had been a formal request. If local law enforcement had become overwhelmed, they did not. We are told many of these search efforts are still underway tonight, but they're going to wait and see if FEMA now makes a formal request for additional military assistance. Judy?
All right, Barbara Starr at the Pentagon. And yes, one would think that there must be data, as you described it, radar data that the military collects that just might offer some assistance as NASA begins to try to piece this terrible tragedy together. I'm joined now in Atlanta by our colleague Anderson Cooper, who's typically on duty on Saturdays. But Anderson, this is a particularly tough one.
It certainly is not a typical Saturday at all. Some 8 hours, 40 minutes since we first learned of this terrible, terrible tragedy. Miles O'Brien has been covering this really from the beginning. He's taking a short break. He'll be joining us back here at 8 o'clock tonight. CNN has a special report with Wolf Blitzer, Lou Dobbs, Judy Woodruff, Miles O'Brien, among many others, who will join us for that. We're going to check in right now with Carol Lynn for just an update on the latest look at what's happening around the nation regarding this disaster. Carol?
Thank you, Anderson. We want to catch people up in case they've had a busy weekend or are just learning about this tragedy. Obviously, the nation is mourning the deaths of the 7 members of the Space Shuttle Columbia. Here's a quick recap of exactly what we know about this tragedy. NASA officials this morning notified President Bush and Homeland Security Secretary Tom Ridge that Columbia did not make its scheduled landing. At around 9 Eastern, Mission Control lost contact with the shuttle. Witnesses in Texas and Louisiana watched the spacecraft break up some 200,000 feet above the ground.
This is indeed a tragic day for the NASA family, for the families of the astronauts who flew on STS-107, and likewise tragic for the nation.
Now, officials say terrorism was not the cause. Search and recovery teams have been deployed from Fort Hood, Texas, to secure many of the wreckage sites. Debris has been reported across a wide area of Texas and all the way into Louisiana. Officials warn people to stay away from anything that might look like a piece of the potentially hazardous wreckage. Now, among the 7 Columbia crew members, Commander Rick Husband was at the helm along with pilot William McCool. Colonel Ilan Ramon, Israel's first man in space, also payload commander Michael Anderson, mission specialist David Brown, Kalpana Chawla, and Laurel Clark. President Bush cut short his stay at Camp David to return to Washington and address the nation.
This day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country. At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our Space Shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors.
And once again, please stay tuned to CNN throughout the evening for live coverage of the Shuttle Columbia tragedy. Back to you, Anderson.
Thanks very much, Carol. We're going to go now to Nacogdoches, Texas, where Ed Lavandera, standing by, has been throughout most of the day. As Barbara Starr reported just a little bit, some debris has been found in Louisiana. People have been looking for debris all over in regions in eastern Texas. Ed Lavandera in Nacogdoches. Ed, what's the scene there?
Well, Anderson, if you'll allow me, we're here in downtown Nacogdoches, and the parking lot you see behind me, just in the distance over there, you'll see what really amounts to a 3-by-3-foot piece of the space shuttle. And what this has essentially turned into has been a gathering point for the citizens of Nacogdoches and many of the residents around here who have many stories of their own to share today. Many of the witnesses we've talked to describe how they heard a thundering sound that lasted, one woman told me that it felt like it lasted 2 minutes. So they heard all this sound, this chaotic sound, which many people have described in so many different ways. But here, people have come here throughout the day and have been sharing their stories, really, and the only thing to look at is that small piece of debris in the middle of this parking lot. And this is very significant of what we have seen throughout the area in East Texas. We have drove down this morning from Dallas to Nacogdoches, about a 3.5-hour drive, and you've seen scenes like this all day long where there have been small pieces of wreckage where either military officials, local police, or state police, even private landowners. This is a very rural area in some parts of East Texas, and so a lot of private landowners taking it upon themselves to cordon off the smallest piece of wreckage to make sure that nobody touches it. So I've gotten the sense that a lot of people have really been paying attention to the warnings that authorities have put out to the folks here. But this is very different from the other scenes, because this is kind of is taking place in the heart of the city here, and you see just a lot of people getting together, sharing their stories that they've gone through today, enlightening each other about what exactly they saw when all of this transpired this morning. We've seen several people come out here this morning, this afternoon, to leave flowers. The flags that fly around here at this bank, for example, this is a parking lot that's just behind a bank. The flags here have been flying at half-staff throughout the day. So very quiet scene for the most part as people kind of reflect on their own stories and where they were this morning. Anderson?
And just a bizarre scene, the idea of debris raining down from the sky early on a quiet morning in a small Texas town. Ed, thanks very much for that report. Luckily, no people injured there that we know about it at this point. We're going to go back now to Washington. Judy Woodruff, who's standing by. Judy?
Thanks, Anderson. You know, it's not just debris on the ground that apparently now is an issue. There is also debris in the air, which is creating a problem for some air flights in the United States. Joining us again, Patty Davis, our correspondent who covers aviation. Patty, this is something I think it's hard for some people to imagine, that not all the shuttle fell all the way to Earth. Some of it is still up there.
Absolutely huge debris field. FAA saying about 2 hours ago, putting out a notice to airmen saying that in fact this debris field is something like 95 miles long, 13 to 22 miles wide, and it's warning pilots to watch out for it. It's calling it a visibility issue. About 2 hours ago, it was around Lake Charles, Louisiana, and it was headed southeast towards the Gulf. Also, the FAA today established a no-fly zone, about 60-mile radius. That is around Fort Polk, Louisiana. No one could fly within that 60-mile radius there, and coming below 3,000 feet. FAA putting out that notice, that alert, that temporary flight restriction is what they call it, so that airplanes would not get in the way of rescue crews or crews working to find debris.
So they're really working at two different angles of this, Patty. On the one hand, they want people to stay away, literally to stay away from the area where they believe a lot of debris is on the ground. But in addition, now they have this issue of much finer debris up in the air, in the atmosphere.
Absolutely. FAA concerned about both angles.
Okay, Patty Davis, who's been reporting for us all afternoon. Anderson, it's back to you.
Judy, thanks very much. In a little bit, Judy, we're going to be going to Israel to talk to a documentary filmmaker who has been making a film about Ilan Ramon, the colonel, the Israeli colonel who of course died earlier today. But first, before we do that, we're going to go to the Kennedy Space Center and Lou Dobbs, who's standing by. Lou?
Anderson, thank you very much. Here at the Kennedy Space Center, NASA executives and employees here are obviously trying desperately to come to grips with the tragedy that has befallen the nation, all of us, but most particularly this group of people, the men and women of NASA, some 15,000 strong, who are at the forefront of our space exploration program. The shuttle Columbia, 28 missions. This is the 113th flight of a shuttle. Columbia first flew in 1981. And for this tragedy to befall the 7 crewmen and crew women of Columbia, to befall NASA now, just as so much was beginning to be right about NASA, so much focus on the future of space exploration, new discussions about propulsion systems and new types of space vehicles, new ideas about where next to extend the reach of mankind, is compounding, frankly, the tragedy. And the people here at Kennedy, I think one has to say first and foremost, they are doing remarkable work, because for them it is a personal pain, it is a personal loss, certainly a loss and a pain shared by all of us. But without question, for these fine men and women, these are the most difficult hours. Unfortunately, many of them have gone through these hours before, with the loss of Challenger in 1986, and of course with Apollo 1, the launch pad fire. There is also a remarkable thing about NASA, and that is this family of professionals who take great pride in leading America in exploration of space. They have the ability to deal with tragedy, to start analyzing, to start trying to come up with the solutions to the problems that manifested themselves at about 9 o'clock Eastern time aboard Columbia. The memorial services begin tonight. The struggle to understand what went wrong has already begun. And let's go now to Gary Tuckman at the Kennedy Space Visitor Center.
Well, Lou, we're at the Visitor Center here at the Kennedy Space Center. 1.8 million tourists come here every year to take a look at museums that are on the grounds, and they go on buses to see the launch pad areas. Behind me, a granite black wall. This is the Astronaut Memorial Wall. 17 names of astronauts who died. 10 of them died on airplanes in crashes before they got to go into space. But you'll recognize some of the names. On the bottom there, you see Gus Grissom, Edward White II, and Roger Chaffee, who died in that launch pad fire, January 27th, 1967. To the left, you'll see 7 names you're familiar with. Those are the 7 astronauts: Francis Scobie, Michael Smith, Ellison Onizuka, Judith Resnick, Ronald McNair, Krista McAuliffe, Gregory Jarvis, who died January 28th, 1986, when the Challenger exploded 1 minute and 13 seconds after taking off. And we soon assume, and we know because officials here tell us, that the people you see on the bottom there, the picture on the very bottom under the bouquet that was put up there shortly after this accident happened, these are the 7 people whose names will soon be on this black granite wall also. Michael Anderson, David Brown, Kalpana Chawla, Laurel Clark, the commander of the mission, Rick Husband, William McCool, and Ilan Ramon. Those are the 7 astronauts who perished, whose names will soon be on this black granite memorial that was put here in 1991. 17 names now, 24 names soon to be on the wall. Tourists have been coming here all day. We are told there were 1,000 tourists here earlier. Many of them came to see the shuttle land. You have a vantage point here of the shuttle sweeping over this area to land on the runway, which is just to my right. They found out about the accident. Many have stuck around, paying homage to those who died. 3 people who came here today, this family right here. This is Mary Krim right here. She's 12 years old. And Sonny Ellison, they are from this area. They came here when they heard what happened. Mary, let me ask you, you were here in 1986 when the Challenger exploded. You're living through this again. It's a local story because you know a lot of people who work here. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
Sadness. True sadness. Sadness for the families and sadness for America. And sadness for Israel, too. They lost someone, too.
Sonny, you were telling me you are a teacher. You teach social studies to 7th graders here. What are you going to tell your children when you go back to school on Monday?
I'm going to have them all repeat the names of the astronauts and talk about their families. And just Thursday or Friday, we just talked about the Challenger, so we had their picture out, and I got a nice mural of that. And we're going to talk about peace in the world, and like I said to you earlier, I'd like to see America offer Iraq a chance to send an astronaut up.
What does that mean?
To send an Iraqi astronaut up?
You're talking about as a goodwill gesture.
That's a goodwill gesture, yes, sir.
Okay, well, we can talk about that another time, but what I want to know is, as you stand next to this wall right here, how does it make you feel?
It's sad and proud.
And I want to talk to your daughter, too.
Yes, sir.
You're 12 years old in 6th grade. When you heard about this from your mom and dad this morning, how did you feel?
I was really, really sad that people died just for trying to help mankind.
And that's a good way to sum it up. They did indeed try to help mankind, and they perished doing it. Thank you for talking with us. We appreciate it, Ellison family. Behind me, you could probably see in the background there a tail. That is a replica of the space shuttle. It is the most exact replica known to man, built here at the Visitor Center at the Kennedy Space Center. And this is where tourists go. They actually can board and go inside, and they're doing it today with a great deal of sadness. Lou, back to you.
Gary, thank you very much. Gary Tugman from the Kennedy Visitor Center here at Kennedy Space Center. I was talking earlier about the number of people here, the NASA employees who are working at this very hour trying to come to grips with what has happened, trying already to try to understand what went wrong. Even the NASA administrator, Sean O'Keefe, is here. He has been comforting the families of the astronauts who perished today aboard Columbia. He is now briefing other government officials and indeed briefing government executives who will be helping NASA as it reaches out to recover debris and to bring together the evidence that hopefully will provide a basis to avoid future tragedy. He's also working with the congressional leaders to explain and brief them as best he can in these early hours about this tragedy. The answers, of course, will be long in coming. The analysis will be rigorous, and it will take many hours, many days, and one suspects many months. And the process has already begun, and obviously the process of grieving is well underway. Back back to you, Cooper Anderson.
Lou, thanks very much. In all the talk of the investigations that will no doubt be coming in the weeks and months to follow, it is very easy to lose sight of the people whose lives were lost. I want to show a picture right now of the 7 astronauts who perished earlier today aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia. When you look at that photograph, you see the diversity that is America, the diversity that is the space program, black and white, men and women. A naturalized American citizen, a woman born in India, became an American citizen, became an astronaut in 1994, and an Israeli citizen, colonel in the Israeli Air Force, Ilan Ramon, all perished today. We are going to go now to Jerusalem, where a man by the name of Neil Weisbrod is standing by. He began a documentary and is still in the process of shooting a documentary about Ilan Ramon and about this mission of the Space Shuttle Columbia, and we are very pleased that he joins us here today. Are you there, Mr. Weisbrod?
Yeah, I'm here.
What are your thoughts at this moment?
It's a very sad day. Well, I've been working on this film for 4.5 years, and I had the great privilege and now the tragic privilege of having met and worked with Ilan for so many years and having met the entire crew of STS-107. And I did get to know them quite well and work with them. And you'll see a picture here of them taking samples of blood, which later on they would check with samples that they were to take in space. It was a great privilege having known them, and I feel a great personal loss as well as a loss for all of America and Israel.
This is a story that is obviously receiving a great deal of attention in Israel right now. Tell us what Ilan Ramon meant to many Israelis.
Well, Ilan was a symbol, first of all, of being part of the great space adventure, being part of this great adventure in space, which Israel could not possibly do alone without the help and participating in the United States space program. Right now, in the pictures that you see from the film, it's ironic. You see the crew in a simulation, working in the simulator, getting ready for a landing simulation, which is where they all met their unhappy end. But you see the commander, Rick Husband, invited us to participate with him during the simulation of a landing. And you can see here Ilan is saying he's putting up his thumbs up and saying he's all ready for landing. And then Rick Husband, the commander, resets the simulator for landing. And they go through the whole process. And they did this over and over and over to make sure just that no such tragedy would happen.
Tell us a little bit.
Having sat there.
Sorry, tell us a little bit about Colonel Ramon's background. I mean, this is a man who had been on many combat missions for the state of Israel, had been in danger many times, but he accepted danger, did he not?
Yeah, I think he accepted danger, and he said on many occasions that it was more dangerous to ride on the roads in Israel than it was to get into the space shuttle. But his wife, Rona, on the other hand, I think always was aware of the danger of getting into such a tremendous machine with such an amazing amount of fuel and energy, and the danger, I think, she was aware of it from the beginning, and said that she would wait. He wanted to be on the launch and during the 2 weeks up in space, and she wanted to see him on the ground, which of course never happened.
And Mr. Ramon has a family. I believe he has 4 children, a wife in Tel Aviv. Have you heard anything from them today, anything from his family?
Well, they were all, of course, in Florida, Cape Canaveral, waiting to watch the landing. When I saw on television that the families were taken off the stands where they came to watch, I knew that something must be wrong. And now you're looking at pictures. It was very important for Ilan, whose parents were both Holocaust survivors, to do something meaningful for him and to show that somehow he survived to get into space, even though it was the desire to have his family wiped out. And this is a picture that was drawn in the concentration camp Theresienstadt by a young 14-year-old boy that was later murdered. And the picture survived, and Ilan took it to space with him. And it was very meaningful for him to do that.
And no doubt he...
And I have to say that...
I'm sorry, go on.
I just have to say that Rick Husband said, and he also says it in the film, he was a believing Christian. And because of this, he was very open to letting Ilan do things that were symbolic for him as well and for the entire nation of Israel. And I think that Rick and husband and all of the crew, it's a terrible tragedy that these wonderful people were to meet such an end.
It certainly is. Neil Weisbrod, we appreciate you coming in, sharing your thoughts and your pictures with us today. Thank you very much on this difficult day.
But the good that comes out of this is that we can be comforted in knowing that this crew of STS-107 is a crew that loved what they were doing, knew it was important, sacrificed their lives for it. And so we're going to be more committed than ever to make sure that the space program continues and pushes forward, because the best tribute we could pay them is to do the things that they love doing, and that's exploring space.
Talking with a number of the employees here, one man in particular saying to me that he was still in shock. He hadn't even had the opportunity, having lived through 2 previous tragedies, that is the launch pad fire, Apollo 1, and Challenger in 1986. He hadn't even been able to come to terms with the loss at this point.
Well, I think Evelyn Husband, the wife of Rick Husband, understands how to deal with the loss. And through her faith, she has pulled the families together. You got to realize that this family has been together longer than most crews, because this shuttle has been put off and put off. So they've been together well over 20 months. They've gotten to know each other and love each other. And Evelyn has shown the strength of her faith to understand what is going on here, and understand that the God that she believes in is a loving God, and will comfort them and get them through this.
Congressman Tom DeLay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Lou.
We're going to turn now to my colleague, Rusty Dornan in Houston. Rusty?
I think some of the best evidence, Lou, about how hard hit folks were here at Johnson Space Center is that while President Bush was addressing the nation, folks in Mission Control were being seen by a grief counselor. Everyone here just always describes it as this incredibly tight-knit community, like a family. That the folks, when they think about sending humans into space, that it's not a job, it's a passion, and that they are devastated by the loss of these 7 families, and they feel that it could have been anything they could have done to have stopped it, that it has really hit them hard. Now, just outside Johnson Space Center, there has been a makeshift memorial set up, and there are hundreds of people there that are putting flags from all over, putting flowers. Also, all of the businesses here in Houston, most of them have already put their flags at half-mast. They've got signs up on their merchants saying, the merchants have their signs up saying that how much sympathy they want to give to the families. Now, as you know, that the flights are on future hold here, but they say their job will go on, that the training here will go on, the training of astronauts will go on, but right now they are grief-stricken. Lou?
Well, Rusty Dornan in Houston, thank you very much. The fact of the matter is that, as Congressman Tom DeLay was saying, the NASA Space Centers all over the country today began the process of analyzing of what went wrong. They are trying to come to grips with it. And this Space Center, Kennedy Space Center, which is, if you will, along with Johnson, the primary, the epicenter of America's space exploration efforts. The fact of the matter is that I can recall vividly Dan Golden, the former NASA administrator, talking with great pride about how the risk of the shuttle program in particular had been diminished. But he was forever reminding all of us the risks remained, and they were still substantial.
Anderson, back to you in Atlanta.
Well, Judy, we are going to be joined on the phone now by a man by the name of Robert Arnold. He's a local reporter with WKPRC. I'm told he's in Hempville, Texas. Mr. Arnold, what are you seeing where you are?
right now this is just one of the areas where they have cordoned off, where they have found debris. You can see the yellow crime scene tape forming a triangle from some of the areas. The investigators have just finished a very meticulous investigation in this area, taking pictures, detailed measurements before moving on. Part of the problem that we've been seeing in the 3 counties, San Augustine and Sabine County specifically, is there is so much debris scattered over such a wide area. All they have time for right now is to just mark it, leave a volunteer firefighter, a deputy sheriff in the area to make sure nobody comes by and disturbs it, but they have to mark it until federal investigators get a chance to get into that area, and that is a monumental task at this point. One of the more eerie things we found was about 15 to 20 miles to the west of where we were as we were traveling through San Augustine County. Along Highway 103 on the side of the road was a perfect mission patch. It was intact. It was singed just a little bit, but it was a perfectly intact mission patch, and it bore the names of all the 7 astronauts. So in addition to the debris, there are some very eerie, very tragic findings out here in this area, and the people who live in this area are on edge at best because they're not sure what they're going to come across as they walk through these wooded areas and on their expansive properties. Anderson, back to you.
Robert, we are looking at some very disturbing pictures, obviously, right now. How widespread is this debris in the region you're in? I mean, we see the shot that you're showing us right now, but as you drive through this area, I mean, is this every couple of yards? I mean, how often do you come across debris?
It seems to go in spurts. You'll go for about a mile and you really won't see anything, then all of a sudden you'll hit a patch where you'll see little yellow markers just about every couple of feet. And some of the pieces they're finding, they'll find pieces anywhere from as long as 12 feet down to as small as a quarter. We were on one farm with one gentleman, Willard Knight, who found a piece that was really no bigger than I would say a bathroom tile. So that's the problem. You'll go in through different areas and there won't be much, but then you'll hit other areas and there'll be a tremendous amount of debris. Anderson?
You had mentioned this patch that you had found. Were authorities on the scene? Had the area been cordoned off?
Yes, actually they had a volunteer firefighter by the name of Stacy Rouse who was on that area. They have marked it with a small evidence marker flag right now, and they're waiting again until investigators can get to the area. That's the problem. They're just having to mark these areas off and just stand guard and make sure nobody disturbs it until federal investigators, obviously, and NASA officials have a chance to actually get to the scene and process that debris themselves.
Robert, the picture we are seeing from, I assume, behind you is of a hearse with local law enforcement authorities sort of gathered around. Am I to assume that those are human remains?
Yes, that is. That was found by the family living in this area here in Hemp Hill, and they do believe it was a leg, and that's what they spent so much time doing, so much investigation out here to make sure that they document everything thoroughly, taking pictures, taking very detailed measurements of the area, and they finally finished that, bowed their heads before they took that remain, placed it in the back of that hearse, and they have finally left this area. Anderson?
I don't really want to go into too many details on this, Robert, but is there a sense of whether that is someone who was on the ground at the time debris hit, or is it believed to be a member of the Columbia crew?
At this time, they believe it may be a member of the Columbia crew, given all the attention that the investigators put into this area, and they roped it off, spent quite a bit of time, like I said, taking measurements, taking photographs. So right now, they are treating it as a possibility of being a member of the shuttle Columbia, but then again, that official determination has not been made as of yet.
Okay, Robert Arnold, appreciate you joining us from Hemp Hill, Texas. Obviously very disturbing pictures. We're going to be going now to Rusty Dornan, who's at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Rusty, what is the scene there?
Anderson, Houston may be a big city, but it's really a small town when it comes to the Space Center. Nearly everybody here knows somebody who works for the space program, and it's really hit this town hard. And even outside the Space Center here, there's already been a makeshift memorial put up, people bringing flowers and flags. A lot of the businesses in town have put up signs expressing their grief and their sympathy for the families. Of course, here at the Space Center, I think anyone who watched that press conference could see how difficult it was for them to even get through it. They talked about how this is just not a job, it's a passion. Sending people into space is a passion, and they feel very close to the families involved. Usually when the astronauts are going through trainings, folks here have barbecues with them. They become part of the big family here, and to lose them is a very painful experience. Now, as we know, the future flights are on hold, but the astronaut training will continue, and they're talking about that the job will go on. However, they did talk about the fact that when asked what would come out of this tragedy, they said they didn't even want to think about it, that they didn't want to allow themselves to think about what they might have missed. They only want to think about these 7 families. Of course, there already is a very tremendous program in place here at NASA with grief counselors and that sort of thing that is ongoing all the time. Even as President Bush was addressing the nation, grief counselors were coming in to talk to Mission Control and really trying to address the folks here and how they're feeling about what's happened. So all around, continuously, they did say this has just been a very bad day here at NASA. Anderson?
Rusty Dorn in Houston. Rusty, can you hear me, or are you on IFB? All right, we'll go back to Rusty Dorn a little bit later on. We are going to go now to Judy Woodruff, who is standing by in Washington. Judy?
Thanks, Anderson. Somebody else we've been talking to, hearing from all day is our colleague Ed Lavandera, who is in Nacogdoches. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, Ed, in
right.
East Texas. This is, I gather, one community where a considerable amount of debris and presumably human remains may have come down.
We have seen, heard reports from many of the people we've talked to throughout this part of East Texas that almost everyone you talked to did say they heard this thundering sound, and what really stands out is just the length of time that they heard that thundering sound for. One woman I talked to said it seemed like it lasted 2 minutes long, the sound, and then they started hearing debris falling all over. We've got CNN crews that have been throughout the region here today, and we understand that there are officials who have gone around in certain areas and started picking up some parts of debris. We are here in downtown Nacogdoches, which is essentially almost kind of become like a gathering spot here for many people, and it's all because in this little parking lot over here there's a small fragment of the Space Shuttle Columbia, and what we have seen here is almost kind of a bizarre scene. Many people here coming together, just sharing stories, the recollections of what exactly happened this morning, and what we've seen, if you walk around this area in this part of downtown Nacogdoches, you do hear a lot of people just sharing with each other, reflecting on the different stories. And throughout the region, what you've also seen is just everyone armed with their video cameras and still cameras and going around the area taking pictures. In fact, at one point we saw a small piece of a fragment that was on a sidewalk just near downtown here, and it was no bigger than 3 inches by 3 inches, but there was a crowd of about 20 people around it taking pictures of it. And this is exactly what you've seen. I spoke with one mother who was taking her children around, and she said, you know, in a weird sort of way, this is unfortunately a historic day, and one of those days where people always remember where they were, and that was the way that mother described it to me. So she wanted to be able to spend that with her children and explain to them what exactly has happened. We've seen crews around this area. We do understand that we'll continue the process of pinpointing the different type of debris and wreckage that needs to be picked up. And for the most part, we do understand that a lot of people have been heeding the warnings that officials here have been giving folks, that they need to stay away. And what we've seen is a lot of stuff like this where they have cordoned off these parking lots, whether it be military personnel or state or local police. We've also seen private residents who have had debris land in their property, and they'll cordon off their own driveways or backyards, whatever it takes, to make sure that nobody hampers or touches the debris that is in the area. So we've seen a lot of private citizens take it upon themselves to do that as well. Judy?
Ed, I want to try to give our audience a better sense of the geographic spread of where this debris and possibly human remains have come down. You are in Nacogdoches. Tell us, I don't know if we have a map available to show our viewers, but you know Texas very well. Talk about where you are in relation to Houston, the Houston Space Center, in relation to maybe to Hemphill County, where we were just, where Anderson was just talking with a reporter there, and before that we heard from Maria Hinojosa, who was in St. Augustine County. I mean, how big an area are we dealing with here?
We're talking with a massive area. East Texas, and East Texas, you have to remember, is also very different from what I think a lot of people's image of Texas is. East Texas is hilly. It's known for known as the piney woods. So this debris in this land, this terrain around here is very different from what I think most people's image of what Texas is supposed to be. So you're dealing about an area that has a lot of just a maze of rural roads that cross through it. Nacogdoches is north of Houston and about a 3.5-hour drive southeast of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So this is an area that is, you really have to know the roads to kind of navigate through here. There's one major highway that kind of connects you up into the northern part of Texas. But this is a massive area, and a lot of where the debris has fallen, quite frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if you've seen it fall in wooded areas that might take several days to reach, or on large farms or ranch lands that could, I think I've heard reports of a lot of people just combing through their land to see if they might come across anything. In fact, we saw a couple of guys riding around as we were driving into here, cutting across their own land to see if they could find anything. So a lot of people paying attention to this. This is going to take a lot of time just to be able to gather all the different pieces that are scattered all over the place. So you're talking about a huge area.
And Ed, once again, what kinds of pieces are they describing to you? We've just talked about what was in that parking lot, but what else are they describing?
Well, what they do describe is that a lot of people, and I think it's based on what a lot of people have heard us reporting throughout the day. For example, the talk of the tiles and the foam fragments that Miles O'Brien had been talking about throughout the day as well. So some of the fragments that I've seen kind of resembled that. In some places, it's been harder to see than in others. But a lot of the stuff that you do come across as well, we haven't seen anything bigger than about 5 or 6 feet in diameter, and a lot of the stuff is you could tell was burned pretty well. So it's hard to tell exactly what the different fragments might be, but as soon as the NASA officials are able to get to some of these locations, I think they'll be able to instantly recognize perhaps what some of the pieces might be.
Well, one would assume they're going to have to use some local authorities to help them do that, police and other, perhaps fire and other officials. All right, Ed Lavandera with us from Nacogdoches in East Texas, a place where a good amount of debris and we assume human remains have come down from the shuttle Columbia. Let's go back to Atlanta now and Anderson Cooper. Anderson.
Judy, thanks very much. As we've been talking about the recovery and the recovery efforts so far, I want to go back a little bit and go over the actual event itself. It occurred around 9 a.m. Eastern Time this morning as the Space Shuttle Columbia was around 200,000 feet or so at an altitude of about 200,000 feet. We know they were traveling about 12,500 miles an hour, undertaking a series of banking turns which help slow the space shuttle down as it approaches the landing pad in Florida. We're going to play you now the actual voice communication, the last known voice communication between the Columbia crew and the Johnson Space Center in Houston.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
That was obviously the silence that occurred after that last message from Commander Rick Husband, who was at the controls just about 60 minutes before the space shuttle was supposed to land at Cape Canaveral in Florida. There was a press conference earlier today. Milt Heflin, the Chief Flight Director, and Ron Dittemore, the Shuttle Program Manager, held a press conference at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Both said obviously an investigation will be underway shortly. They have already begun to impound the hardware. They said preserve the evidence, impounding the data for investigators to search over. Obviously that will be combed over very carefully in the coming days and weeks and months. There's no telling how long this investigation might occur, no telling if and when the next space shuttle will launch. We're going to check in right now with Carol Lynn for an update on what's been going on around the country. Carol?
Anderson, we want to recap now the shocking events of today, the tragic loss of Space Shuttle Columbia and its crew. Columbia was on its way back from its 28th mission to land at Florida's Kennedy Space Center. But over central Texas, a trail of destruction. The shuttle began breaking into fiery pieces at more than 200,000 feet. The nation is mourning the loss of the 7 Columbia crew members. They were coming home from a 16-day scientific mission. The mission was also historic. Crew member Ilan Ramon was the first ever Israeli astronaut. President Bush fondly lauded the astronauts for their bravery earlier from the White House.
These men and women assumed great risk in the service to all humanity. In an age when spaceflight has come to seem almost routine, It is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more.
Meanwhile, the probe into Columbia's deadly descent is already underway. NASA investigators are gathering data, and across Texas into Louisiana, authorities are gathering pieces of fallen debris. Please stay with CNN this evening for special report at 8 Eastern, Larry King Live at 9 Eastern, and other live coverage of the Columbia disaster. We're going to go throughout the night with live coverage. In the meantime, Columbia headed for home, as all shuttles do, flying in fast and hard. In the days and weeks that followed, NASA will try to understand what caused the shuttle to break up just minutes short of her final destination. CNN's Frederica Whitfield traces Columbia's timeline.
Early Saturday, before sunrise in Florida, good weather was expected at the shuttle's landing site at the Kennedy Space Center. The mission's only glitch so far had been a pair of malfunctioning dehumidifiers, which raised temperatures inside the shuttle's laboratory payload module slightly higher than desired. As the sun rose in Cape Canaveral, Florida, the early morning fog burned off, and Mission Control gave the 7 astronauts the go-ahead to come home on time. Mission Control radioed the instructions. You are go for the deorbit burn. Shortly afterwards, Columbia begins its descent. These were the last words heard from Columbia.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
At about 9 a.m. Eastern Time, NASA officials lost contact with Columbia as it soared over north-central Texas. The craft was at an altitude of about 200,000 feet, traveling at 12,500 miles per hour, and was about 16 minutes away from the estimated landing time. The loss of contact was the first sign of any trouble.
Communications with Columbia were lost at about 8 a.m. Central Time, about 10 minutes ago.
Fearing the worst, NASA ordered flight controllers to pull out emergency procedures and ordered them to retain all their records. There was no further communication and no further tracking data. Debris was found across a large area of southeast Texas. NASA issued a warning that any debris in the area should not be handled because it's hazardous. Frederica Whitfield, CNN.
And Anderson, they're still finding debris across a couple of states, and it is a big job ahead. They're trying to secure those areas to make sure that people do not touch the debris, which of course can be toxic.
That it can be. Carolyn, thanks very much for that update. We're going to go now to my colleague Lou Dobbs, who's standing by the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Lou?
Anderson, thank you very much. I'm here now with Congressman Dave Weldon, who is a great supporter and advocate of the space program, a great friend of NASA's, and in whose district many of the people who live and work here reside. Congressman, I know that you've been here for some time. Your thoughts?
Well, it's a tragic day for the families, the crew. It's a tragic day for the entire NASA and the entire community here at the Space Center, but it's also a tragic day for the nation.
Indeed. The NASA Administrator, Sean O'Keefe, has been briefing a number of congressional leaders, including yourself. Already, the search has begun for answers. What can you tell us about what you've learned to this point?
Well, many people were very concerned about that debris that hit the orbiter on launch, but I was reassured by Mr. O'Keefe and his assistant, Bill Reedy, that that sort of thing has happened on many missions in the past, and there was no significant damage to the orbiter. So I think we really need to let the investigative teams do all of their work and try to get some answers here.
Ron Kiddamore, who is the manager, as you well know, the director of the shuttle program, focused on that issue. I'm obviously a man torn both with the loss of the astronauts and the shuttle, seeking already answers. The issue of readings on these sensors, what is the best information you've gotten to this point as to what was the earliest indication of what went wrong, and as specifically as you could?
Well, what we were told when we were briefed was that there were several sensors that had gone dead. One of them measured the pressure in the tire on the landing gear. There was another sensor, I think, involving some hydraulic equipment. It went dead, and they tell us they don't know if the equipment was going bad or the sensor or the power to the sensor. And then there was some sort of indication at the bond site between the tiles and the aluminum skin that there was some temperature going up. And then, of course, after that, they lost all data.
The tiles being, of course, the
thermal protection
tiles. Upon re-entry to protect the aircraft, the spacecraft from the high heat that's generated. What is your thought as to what this means right now? I know we're all in the midst of loss. We're in the midst of grief over this tragedy. What are your thoughts as to what it means for the U.S. space program?
Well, my major concern was the station. We have a shuttle mission that was supposed to go up March 1st to the space station. I've been reassured that there's enough supplies on the station that they can wait till sometime in June. We also have this redundant capability with the Russians. They can go up there and bring materials and exchange crews. So I was
aboard
assured, aboard Soyuz or Progress vehicles. So I was assured that we can keep the station going okay, and that, of course, is part of our space program. But you know, I'd like to see the shuttle return to flight safely, and I want to take whatever amount of time is necessary to reassure us all that it can fly safely.
After the dreadful Challenger tragedy in 1986, it was years before the shuttle's return to spaceflight. What is your best assessment now?
Well, I'm hoping it won't be years. Hoping that we can put the resources behind investigating this, that we can get answers fairly quickly and put the best minds behind the necessary changes that have to be made to make sure it doesn't happen again. And hopefully it will not be, I think it was 32 months last time, and hopefully it won't be that long.
Congressman Dave Weldon, we thank you very much. What I know is a very difficult day for you.
It sure has been.
Congressman,
Good
thank you very much. Now back to you, my colleague Anderson Cooper in Atlanta. Anderson?
Lou, thanks very much. We're going to go to Kelly Wallace, who's standing by in Jerusalem, as she has been reporting for us throughout the day. Kelly, obviously reaction there to the death of Columbia Space Shuttle astronaut Ilan Ramon, the first Israeli astronaut chosen to fly on the space shuttle. What sort of reaction are you hearing?
Well, Anderson, Colonel Ramon's experience was viewed by many Israelis as a ray of hope after months and months of violence. So as you can imagine, his tragic and sudden death hitting this country very hard. The latest information, we are told there will be a special tribute for Colonel Ramon at the Sunday cabinet meeting, of course headed by Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. The U.S. ambassador to Israel will be there as well. Colonel Ramon really was a hometown hero, becoming the first Israeli astronaut to go into outer space. He's 48 years old, spent his career in the military, fought for Israel in 2 wars, also took part in the mission, the bombing mission of a nuclear reactor under construction in Iraq in 1981. So throughout Israel today, people remembering him. He is the son of Holocaust survivors as well. And so many Israelis saying he is a symbol for Jewish people all over the world.
Well, Kelly, he had also brought a drawing that was made by a young man in one of the death camps. Tell me about that.
Exactly, Anderson. He took with him to space a drawing from a 14-year-old, a pencil drawing, a 14-year-old Jewish boy who was killed during the Holocaust. So he took this with him to space. Obviously a very powerful moment, being the son of Holocaust survivors, but a very important symbol really to Jewish people all over the world. And we understand also, Anderson, that Colonel Ramon was not really a very religious man. He was more of a secular man, but he did want to follow certain Jewish traditions in space, so he observed Shabbat, the Jewish Sabbath, and also observed kosher traditions while he was in space, and that was another important symbol. He knew this was a big step, really, obviously, the first Israeli astronaut in space, and so he wanted to take the Jewish heritage there as well. Anderson.
And that he certainly did. We're running pictures from a documentary that we actually spoke to the director of the documentary shortly ago, a documentary made about Colonel Ramon that he was still making really for the last 4 years. Also, Kelly, I also have a quote which I read from the Associated Press that a friend from high school said that Colonel Ramon had sent her emails from space talking about, quote, the divine happiness of looking at Earth. And this woman says that he wrote that he'd like to keep floating in space for the rest of his life. Obviously someone who has been highly motivated to get into this space program. He became an astronaut in 1997, and he's been living in Houston with his family ever since. Isn't that right?
Exactly, in Houston with his wife Rona and his 4 children as he's been training there. And the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., Danny Ayalon, saying earlier in the day that his family really enjoyed being there, going to schools in Texas, and enjoyed the experience. And just going back, though, to talking about Colonel Ramon, you know, it has really struck a big chord for the entire community, the entire Israeli public. And as we've been saying throughout the day, many people, I was here, Anderson, and there was tremendous coverage when he lifted off into space. The front page of every newspaper, on every Israeli television station, and after weeks and months of violence, it was viewed as one piece of really good news after lots of bad news. And so again, it is hitting people so hard tonight, sadness from every part of this country.
We're actually playing some of that video right now of Colonel Ramon showing the drawing made by the 14-year-old boy in a concentration camp, a drawing that he carried with him in space, which was very important to him to bring, and which he no doubt had with him today as the Columbia came to its terrible end. As you walk on the street, I know you've got some sound bites from some people. What sort of things were people saying, or if you want, you could just play the sound bites. What were people saying to you on the street?
Well, I don't know if we have the sound bites available. If we do, we can run them. People were saying everything from, again, it was a first step for an Israeli, a Jewish man, people shocked. One woman I thought really said it all, a woman in Tel Aviv who said nothing seems to go right in this country, nothing at all. I think we have some of that sound bite together. Let's take a listen.
He was the first astronaut to observe Shabbat in space. He took kosher food. It was a real beautiful experience for the Jewish people. It was something that the Jewish people could be very proud of.
We were all so proud of Eli Ramon and the whole team.
I was shocked, you know, and I'm sorry about everybody, not only about Elan, but everybody. It's a shame, you know, really.
And again, going back to the emails that Colonel Ramon was sending to his family, Anderson, his brother told us about an email he received from Colonel Ramon just 2 days ago, and this really a powerful message. His brother saying, quote, he was so happy that he didn't want to come back to Earth, and he didn't. Anderson, back to you.
Our colleague Judy Woodruff was reporting earlier that President Bush has made a call to Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. I understand that Sharon has also called the father of Colonel Ramon.
He did. He spoke with the father earlier this evening, again, to express his condolences. The Israeli government also making sure that the entire extended family, Colonel Ramon's father, his brother, anyone else who wanted to go, could go to the Johnson Space Center in Texas to console Colonel Ramon's wife and his 4 children. And about that phone call, Anderson, yes, President Bush and the Prime Minister speaking. It was a brief phone call, but powerful exchange of messages. We understand President Bush saying this was a tragic day for Israel, for the United States, for science. He called Colonel Ramon a brave Israeli citizen and extended his condolences to the people of Israel. And the Prime Minister again saying that the hearts of the Israeli people and the American people were bonded together. And he said that we are all sort of joining hands and praying together, and also extending condolences to the American people for their losses tonight. Anderson.
Kelly, just my final question to you. Also, we're getting a reaction from Palestinians as well. Is that not correct?
Yes. Reaction coming in from the Palestinian community. The Palestinian senior negotiator, Saeb Erekat, in fact, calling us earlier this evening to say that the Palestinian leader, Yasser Arafat, and the Palestinian Authority expressing their condolences to the 6 American families and to the 1 Israeli family who lost loved ones. And then also, we are told, Yasser Arafat has sent a letter to U.S. President Bush extending his condolences to the American people. As you know, Anderson, these 2 men have never met. I don't believe they have either spoken either. But the Palestinians wanting to convey their condolences to the American people and to the Israeli people after this tragedy. Anderson.
All right, Kelly Wallace live in Jerusalem. Thanks very much, Kelly. We're going to go now to John Zarrella, who's standing by the Kennedy Space Center. John, who's covered a lot of shuttle missions, covered the Challenger disaster as well. John, what are your thoughts?
That's right, Anderson. You know, I was here when Challenger exploded 17 plus years ago now, and I remember down by the review clock down there and down by the flag when Challenger went up, and of course we all watched it, and we all watched it disappear into this cloud of smoke, but from the ground level, of course, we could not imagine or fathom what had happened at that point. And I recall the chaos that ensued here at the Kennedy Space Center as all of us were running around and scrambling and trying to get whatever information we could, and information was very difficult to come by. And now jumping forward to this event today, I commented earlier with Lou Dobbs that I thought that you know, one of the things, of course, that NASA learned out of the tragedy of Challenger was how to better handle these situations in the eventuality that they happened. And I think in the back of everyone's mind at NASA, while they hoped and prayed that it would never happen again, that it is a very complicated vehicle and there are all kinds of things that could go wrong. And they knew better this time how to handle this situation. The information was tremendously forthcoming today during the briefings. Everything was far more organized here at the press center than it was back 17 plus years ago. No less a tragedy, no less of somber feeling here, but people had their jobs to do, and they went about and did them, and the plans that were laid into place following Challenger came into play today, unfortunately, but certainly it seemed that everything was far more organized. And I think that the investigation that will ensue will also have benefited, tragically enough, from Challenger. They know what to do. They know how to go about the business of gathering the data and the information and assembling the teams that will be needed. And they may well call upon people, Anderson, who worked on the Challenger Commission and who were involved in that investigation to lend their expertise again here in this very, very tragic incident. Anderson?
Well, John, obviously this investigation is just getting started. It will be taking many days and weeks and months, no doubt, if not perhaps longer than that even. John Zarrella, thanks very much joining us right now. We're going to go to Patty Davis, who's standing by in Washington, has some information on the investigation. Patty?
Well, Anderson, a massive debris search is now underway across several states. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, is coordinating the federal government's response and recovery of that debris from the shuttle breakup. The military guarding and searching for debris using planes, boats, and helicopters. The National Transportation Safety Board this evening sending vehicle structure and systems experts to help. Now, NTSB crash investigators helped piece together debris from the in-flight breakup of the TWA 800 crash, and this debris field possibly 100 times bigger than that. NASA, meanwhile, taking steps today and pounding data to make sure that it keeps everything it needs to, so communication from the shuttle, data from the shuttle, so that it can look at that and use that to help in the investigation. The FAA has put a huge no-fly zone into place from Texas to Louisiana, 40 miles wide by 160 miles long. That to make it easier for recovery teams to do their jobs. And today, a massive debris cloud hanging in the air off the Louisiana coast, heading towards the Gulf. The FAA telling pilots simply to keep an eye out for that. Anderson?
Well, Patty, let's talk about the investigation a little bit. Exactly who is running it? I mean, we talk about the FAA, the NTSB, FEMA. I assume FEMA is the one overall in charge Who's the go-to person on this?
Well, I think that's kind of unclear right now. FEMA looking to do the first response, to do the recovery efforts of the debris. Now, NASA, of course, will launch its own investigation into what happened, the cause of this. It announced today that it has also set up an independent board to look at the cause of this crash. That involves agencies, the military, the Department of Transportation, the Federal Aviation Administration. So you're going to have a couple parallel investigations going on here. That independent board pretty much set up to make sure that it has no dog in this fight. It's just in there independently, perhaps finding some things that NASA wouldn't find. We don't know.
Well, Patty, I mean, it might not be known at this point. Earlier on in the day, there had been some talk that Tom Ridge was going to be sort of overseeing the overall efforts right now. I guess because FEMA is becoming part of his department come March 1st. Is there any more on that at this point?
That's true. Big question. Will he be calling the shots on this? A new agency in charge of domestic incidents like this one, as well as terrorism. I just think we don't have the final word on that. I don't have the final word on that, Anderson.
And just, if you do know, is there a sense of how long these sorts of investigations take? I mean, are we talking months? Are we talking years? Do we know at this point?
If you look at the TWA 800 accident, that took literally years. So with an accident of this magnitude, one would expect months, if not years.
And I remember in that investigation, I mean, often they literally try to put together the airship again. Is that going to be attempted here? Do we know?
Well, you know, that's interesting. They did put that back together. The NTSB had it in a hangar and pieced it back together and was able to establish that it was the center fuel tank. And I think NTSB also told me today that it was involved in piecing together the shuttle Challenger. So certainly NTSB will be instrumental. They've got experience. They'll most likely be trying to do that again. The problem here, though, this shuttle broke up at 200,000 feet up in the sky. And you can imagine how wide this debris field must be. It's going to be awfully hard to collect all those pieces, but that's why all these agencies are out there right now cordoning off areas, that big no-fly zone in place right now to keep aircraft out of there. They want to keep people from touching this debris so they can gather it together, and the hope would be to piece it together again.
You know, it's interesting. When there is a plane crash, everyone by now knows about the black box and the flight data recorder. That's what people look for. In the press conference earlier today, NASA officials were saying they are looking for what they refer to as the black box. But the shuttle really is so plugged in to mission control. I mean, is there actual information in the debris that they need, or do they have all the information already in the data, in all the machines and the equipment that they already have in mission control?
Well, you know, I was surprised to hear the NASA officials saying that there is a black box of sorts. They've got a data recorder, a voice recorder as well. But he said, more importantly, is that streaming information that is coming 24/7 from this mission into mission control. And their recording on that, that is going to be just invaluable, and that is probably going to be what's providing the best clues here for the investigation.
All right. Patty Davis in Washington, thanks very much. I appreciate it in this ongoing investigation. A lot to cover in the coming days and weeks. We're going to show you a live shot right now to Cape Canaveral. This is a really beautiful shot right now. Sort of belies the tragedy that has occurred here. Almost 10 and a half hours ago. That is live at Cape Canaveral. We're going to be bringing you a special report in about 35 minutes. Columbia shuttle tragedy. That's with Miles O'Brien, Wolf Blitzer, Judy Woodruff, and Lou Dobbs. That's tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Pacific Time. Miles is going to be here in Atlanta. Wolf Blitzer, the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Judy Woodruff in Washington, as she has been all day. And Lou Dobbs manning his post at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I hope you stay with us for that special report, Columbia shuttle tragedy. We're going to check in right now with Suzanne Malveaux, who's at the White House and has been there throughout much of the day. Suzanne, what's the latest?
Well, as you know, Anderson, this is really one of the toughest jobs that the president has, and he is again once faced with that job of bringing the nation together in time of tragedy. The president came forward saying it was a day of mourning, of reflection, of prayer. President Bush addressing the nation. ordering that all of the flags, federal flags and buildings here, even at the White House, be lowered at half staff to mourn the loss of those on the shuttle. It was earlier today that the president was at Camp David. He was notified by his chief of staff, Andy Card, about the tragedy. He decided to come back to the White House early, where he addressed the nation. He said that the entire nation grieves with you, this to the families of the victims, that it was a cause for which they died, which will continue. Our journey into space will go on.
In an age when space flight has come to seem almost routine, it is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more.
The president, before making that address, called a private conference call to the victims' families at the Kennedy Space Center. They were all gathered around a speakerphone. The president, we were told, quite emotional during that call. White House aides telling us, and he was saying here, we express our love and appreciation for all those who died today. I want the loved ones to know there are millions of Americans praying for you, including me and Laura. We are also told that he said, it was an incredibly tough day for you. May God bless you all. I wish I was there to hug, cry, and comfort you. We are told by someone who was in the room with the president at that time when he made that call, standing at his desk in the Oval Office, that he left his staff momentarily, a rather poignant moment. He was somber, and he left to the residence where he excused himself for some time and then returned to be briefed by advisors. We're also told that the president talked with Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon to give his condolences for the Israeli who was lost on the shuttle. And we're also told that the president received a number of calls from world leaders, including world leaders from Mexico, France, Russia, and Canada. Should also mention, too, Anderson, it was quite a busy day here at the White House. We saw National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice coming and going. We also saw Chief of Staff Andy Card. As you know, the Situation Room was up and operational in full gear today, as well as the new Secretary of Homeland Security, that being Governor Tom Ridge. He was here, and one of the first duties that he has been charged with through executive order of the president is to designate and to coordinate just what is going to happen in times like these domestic crises, not only in a situation, a terrorist situation. He designated FEMA as the lead agency to take on recovery, as well as NASA taking on the investigative role. Anderson?
Suzanne, I'm wondering, Kelly Wallace earlier was reporting that the Palestinians, the Yasser Arafat, has been trying to send his condolences. I'm wondering if the White House had received that or had any public comment about that.
We haven't received any public comment about it, but we do know that Yasser Arafat sent a letter to the White House. Not really sure whether or not it's been received or just how it has been received, but the president spending his day in the residence with the First Lady after addressing the nation, emphasizing that this is really a time of unity, not only for the American people, but for the world as well.
Suzanne Mova, the White House, thanks very much. The tragedy certainly touches all of us. We are joined now in Washington by a man by the name of Michael Bond. He was director of the Situation Room in the Reagan White House when the Challenger disaster occurred in 1986. Mr. Bond, thanks very much for being with us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Back in 1986, take us back into the Situation Room. What was it like being in that room at that terrible time?
Well, it was just as shocking as it was this morning when I watched it on TV. The network TV, the TV networks had not covered the shuttle in 1986 as they had in the early days, and so CNN was really the only one that covered the launch. And I just remember seeing the Challenger explode. And there is no domestic Situation Room at the White House. There's only one, and we had to deal with it, whether it had to do with national security affairs or not. And I just ran upstairs and I broke the most sacred rule in the White House, which is I open doors without an appointment. I stuck my head in John Poindexter's office and I said the shuttle was exploded. Turned on the TV. I went down to George Bush's office, told him the same thing, the Chief of Staff, Don Regan, and we all went into the Oval Office to watch the Challenger explode.
And what happens then? I mean, obviously you don't have an eye into this White House, you're not there, but from your own experiences, what is the procedure when something like this happens? After you've knocked on those doors, after you've barged in and say turn on the TV, what then?
Well, the sit room is first and foremost the President's alert center. It's his current intelligence center, and it's been that way since 1961 when Kennedy established it. So the really responsible people that deal with that are the duty officers, the staff of the sit room. And their first and foremost responsibility is to funnel information upstairs to the National Security Advisor, in this case the Chief of Staff's office, because it's a domestic issue, and funnel whatever they can get their hands on from NASA, from FAA, from the Pentagon. Of course, there's this added specter of terrorism, and so they had to ask a few questions of the CIA and the intelligence community. But the fundamental thing is to get information and keep it flowing upstairs.
And in a time like that, I mean, how long does it take for the information to get to you? I mean, obviously it comes in much like in a newsroom. It comes in drips and drabs from various sources. But do you have, how quickly do you get all the information?
Well, today everything works at CNN speed, as a director of the sit room said during the Clinton administration. In 1986, we had to go out and get it. We had to set up telephone lines to the Kennedy and Johnson Spacecraft Center, put them on a speaker box, and ask for information. I invited the administrator of NASA to come over and use my office because he, in those days, didn't have the command center that the government agencies have today. So it's much faster today. The sit room knows things about as fast as you know them, but of course there's plenty of other sources of information.
Michael Bond, appreciate you joining us. It is an interesting look into a very difficult time, both back in 1986 with the Challenger disaster and what must have been a terrible event today for the Bush White House. Michael Bond, thanks very much for joining us. As Judy Woodruff has been reporting all day long, President Bush was at Camp David when he got the news. He was advised by Andy Card, who came in, told him. He immediately returned to the White House, where he gave a briefing earlier today, made a very poignant statement from the cabinet room at the White House. We're going to get an update right now from Carol Lynn, who's standing by in the newsroom. Carol, what's the latest?
Anderson, we want to take a look back at today's horrible, tragic events, and we want to do it step by step because so much has happened. For example, just before 9 a.m. Eastern, Columbia and its 7-member crew were flying more than 200,000 feet over north central Texas at more than 12,000 miles per hour. Then suddenly, at 9 a.m., NASA's Mission Control loses all data and voice contact with the shuttle and the crew. At the same time, residents of Texas, Arkansas, and Louisiana report hearing a big bang and seeing flames in the sky. 9:16 a.m. Eastern Time, Columbia is expected to land at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It does not. At the same time, Mission Control immediately declares a contingency plan for the space shuttle. Search and rescue teams in central Texas are alerted to what has happened. At about 9:17 Eastern, immediately after Columbia misses its landing window, NASA alerts President Bush and Homeland Security Director Tom Ridge. Following this, President Bush leaves Camp David for the White House. Director Ridge begins calling authorities in central Texas and nearby states about fallen debris. With more information gathered from data and pictures, NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe makes a statement. He calls the incident, quote, a tragic day for the NASA family, the families of the astronauts, and the nation. Less than an hour later, at 2:08 p.m., President Bush speaks to the nation. He honors the fallen astronauts, saying they had a high and noble purpose in life. He says because of their courage and idealism, we will miss them all the more. And please stay with CNN for live coverage of the Columbia disaster throughout the evening. Anderson, there is so much to talk about. I know that you've been covering the ground, and we've got teams all over the country, but still, they are not confirming. They still won't know for several days, if not months, exactly what happened to the shuttle.
Well, that is certainly true. The investigation, as many of our reporters have been telling us, could go on for years even. It is simply too soon to tell. Carolyn, thanks very much. We're going to go now to Ed Lavandera, who is still in Nacogdoches, Texas, where there has been a lot of debris on the ground. Ed, what are you seeing?
Well, Anderson, really Nacogdoches is just one of the many areas that has seen debris fall over the area over the course of the last today, and a lot of people here. This is in downtown Nacogdoches, which in a weird way has kind of become a central gathering spot for a lot of the residents here. Early on throughout the day, we saw a lot of people just gathering here. There's a small piece of debris in the middle of this parking lot that has been roped off and now military officials are standing guard over it as waiting for someone to come by and pick it up here. We do understand we have CNN crews in the areas just outside of Nacogdoches who say that there are NASA officials in the area, and now we begin the process of trying to figure out which pieces of debris will be collected at first. And as we've heard NASA officials say, gathering this evidence will be very crucial to them as they're able to put together, as they're able to continue their investigation as to what might have happened today. So very crucial work. Also the warning from authorities that perhaps some of these pieces might be toxic in some way, so they're urging people to stay away. We have heard reports from hospitals in the area where people have checked themselves in just because they happen to have handled some of these pieces earlier on in the day before a lot of this news broke out that they shouldn't touch it. And so a lot of people getting themselves checked out, and nothing major to report from that. But we do also understand that there are reports now that body parts have been found southeast here of Nacogdoches. So, you know, kind of a exclamation point there to what we already know to be a tragic day here in the East Texas area. And many of the people here have started coming out very early and sharing their stories among each other. It's almost become kind of an odd scene at times where we've seen fragments of material where people have come with cameras, video cameras, to take pictures of the scenes that are out here. We saw one portion near downtown here where there was just a small, tiny piece of debris on a sidewalk, and it couldn't have been more than 3 inches wide and 3 inches tall, and there must have been a group of about 20 people hovering over it. Nobody touching it, but everybody taking pictures of it, and that's kind of what we've seen here all day. So kind of an odd twist to what has been happening here throughout the day. Anderson.
Yeah, Ed, we talked to another reporter nearby who was saying, who showed us actually video of a hearse, some officials moving basically a body bag. Obviously, there is a lot of very gruesome work ahead for these investigators. I'm curious, though, Ed, about what sort of resources local authorities there have to deal with this wide pattern of debris. I spoke earlier with a woman by the name of Dorothy Langford. She was in her home when the explosion happened, and a piece of debris landed in her yard. Police came to the scene, but then they left. They cordoned off the area, and they basically left, and she's still in her home with this piece of debris in her front yard, sort of waiting for federal authorities to show up. Are authorities spread very thin there in terms of trying to police, secure all these areas?
I think what has happened, they've gotten hundreds of phone calls today reporting debris in many locations. We've seen in some situations where private landowners have cordoned off the area themselves, and then they've called in the report. We do understand that all local and state authorities are working the situation and responding to all these calls as best they can. There's also help that has come in from the Fort Hood Army Base, which is in Central Texas, just a couple of hours away from here as well, that are being lent in to help out in this situation. But I think also they're in the process of categorizing exactly which pieces of debris they should visit first. You know, there's some pieces that are bigger than others, and so perhaps that's kind of the way they're sending out the troops in terms of being able to collect all of this. But we do see, and remember, Anderson, that this area, parts of East Texas, can be very rural, very woody area, a lot of forest as well. So there might be debris scattered across areas that could take some days to reach. All right, Ed Lavandera, Nacogdoches, Texas. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. We're going to go now to Bob Franken, who earlier was at the Air and Space Museum, getting feedback from people visiting that monument in Washington. Bob?
Still here, Anderson. The museum is closed, but I wanted to give you a sense of it. You can see behind me this section here was devoted to the Columbia Shuttle mission. That's a model of it in back of me, of course. This is the world's busiest museum. 9 million people plus come here a year, mostly to celebrate flight, but today they were flocking here to mourn.
Continue to meet with you and keep you informed of just how this is progressing.
Here at the display established to highlight this Columbia Space Shuttle mission, they gathered in front of the screen set up to monitor mission control. Now they were watching sad history unfold.
When I heard it, I almost thought, am I watching a repeat of the Challenger? Because, but it said it was live news, and I was really stunned, and I thought, oh my gosh, it's happened again.
That's horrific. Yeah. It's how do you explain, your family members are gone in an instant.
You're waiting for them to come down, and now they're gone.
Among those with the most poignant reactions, the visitors from Israel. Their countryman, Ilan Rimon, was the first Israeli astronaut on a U.S. space mission. It had been the rare occasion for national happiness in these tumultuous times. But now?
It's a great loss. It's a tragedy. As an Israeli, I mourn and grieve with the families and the friends of the crew that was lost. of course, with the Israeli and American people. It's a bad day, but I hope in the future it'll have a more successful ending than this one.
The muted sadness here at this impromptu shrine to the disaster was echoed nearly everywhere.
Pure shock, disbelief. This is unreal. I mean, you come out here expecting to see a shuttle land, and it's just not there.
We feel so sad and sorry for the families of people that have been lost.
As the tragedy sank in, the first flowers appeared at the museum's model of Columbia. The flowers are expected to grow tomorrow. It's, in a certain way, Anderson, spaceflight even here has been considered routine because there have been so many years of safe returns until now. Anderson?
Bob, you know, I was looking at the biography of a lot of these astronauts, and not only do they have extraordinary resumes, extraordinary careers and interests behind them, but just about every one of them, from the time they were a child, they dreamed of being an astronaut. I'm interested to see if you ran into any kids today at the museum and got any sense of whether or not this kind of a thing diminishes their interest in space, their enthusiasm for you know, dreaming of one day being an astronaut.
You know, it is such a good question, and it's the first thing you do think of as you were talking to the children. I talked to any number of them, little girls and little boys, and a lot of them said yes at one time. That is something they wanted to do, but none of them said that this would cause them not to do it. They said, as a matter of fact, on a couple of occasions that it would sort of rededicate them. I was really quite moved by the very, very mature reaction I got from so many of the kids who expressed a very, very quiet, somber reaction, of course, shock and all that kind of stuff, but said almost to a person that all this means is the space program must go forward.
It makes me think, too, of I remember seeing a CNN report sometime in the last 2 weeks or so about a group of kids in Seattle who they had an experiment with ants in an ant farm that was actually on this shuttle. I can only wonder what they are thinking at this moment. Bob Franken, thanks a lot. Nice report. Thank you. We're going to go back to Michael Bond, who we talked to just a few moments ago in Washington, the man who was director of what they call the SIT room, the Situation Room in the White House. He was director of the Situation Room back in 1986 when the Space Shuttle Challenger had met its disaster. Michael, thanks for coming back with us. I'm curious to know what you think went on in the SIT room in the White House today before President Bush was summoned back from Camp David.
Sure. Every time a crisis breaks over the White House horizon, the duty officers kind of go into automatic. They know what to do and they know how to handle things like this. And in my research for my book, Nerve Center, I realized that the process really hasn't changed much since the Cuban Missile Crisis. The first thing they do is alert everyone on the White House staff what they know about. And then they try to get more information. Were there any survivors? Was there a terrorist angle to it? And then they get ready for the phone calls. You've mentioned on several occasions that the president called Ariel Sharon. The Situation Room organizes all calls from the president to foreign heads of state. So they knew they were going to get ready for that. And they were the ones that organized the president's return calls to all of the foreign heads of states that called with their condolences. Then they knew they would probably be involved in the connection of the president to the families, helping the White House switchboard and the White House Communications Agency get that connection to those people. Once things slowed down a little bit, they probably sat down and wrote a summary of what happened, what they knew about so far, and sent that upstairs. It's a pretty set routine for them, whether it's a Challenger explosion or today's event or a terrorist incident.
And I suppose in a situation like this, knowing what you don't know is almost as important as knowing what you know.
You have to report negatives because a partial report suggests there might be something else out there. So every time you tell somebody upstairs what you know, you tell them what you don't know and how hard you're trying to get it.
And is it a scene of, I mean, you talked about it almost being a routine. Obviously, you and the people who are in the Situation Room now are professionals, but I mean, is there adrenaline? Is there excitement? Is there fear? What is it like?
Oh, absolutely. And there's many examples of that over the years. When Reagan was shot, there was a good bit of confusion and fear and ignorance in that room. Other instances are just as bad. At 9/11, there was a good bit of fear because everyone evacuated the White House except the sit-room staff. And people gravitate to the sit-room during these circumstances, mainly to find out what's going on, pick up on the latest, talk to so-and-so. It's not only the White House Alert Center, it oftentimes turns into the White House Help Desk.
But it does. Michael Bond, I appreciate you coming back and talking with us. A rare look inside a room a lot of people have heard about. Appreciate your perspective. Thank you very much. Michael Bond. Thanks. We're going to go now to one of the last interviews that Miles O'Brien did with 4 of the astronauts who were aboard today's flight of the Columbia. I believe this is an interview he did with the 4 who, while they were in orbit, while they were in space, took place just a couple days ago. Take a look.
Say hello to the crew of the Space Shuttle Columbia, now traveling above the Pacific at 17,300 miles an hour, 150 miles above us, waving to us. Let's give you an idea of who's who. This is Ilan Ramon, the first Israeli ever to fly in space. Kalpana Chawla, mission specialist on her 2nd mission. Rick Husband, the commander, 2nd mission. Laurel Clark, another space rookie. Bookended by space rookies here. Commander Husband, let's talk first of all about how everything's going. You got a menagerie of animals up there, too many scientific experiments to enumerate here, but generally speaking, how's it going?
Well, things are going really great, Miles. We're having a great time up here. We had a great ride to orbit, and all the activation of the experiments in the Space Hab went extremely well, and we're really, we've got our space legs and up and running.
Send it over to Colonel Ramon, please. Colonel Ramon, I'm curious what it was like when you had that opportunity on one of those early passes to look down at your home country and the Middle East in general. What were your thoughts at that time?
I'll tell you the truth, it was pretty fast. It was actually today, and it went too fast. It was partly or mostly cloudy, so I couldn't see much of Israel, just the north of Israel, and of course, I was excited.
What are your thoughts now that you're in space about what it represents to your nation?
I think it's a great start, and it's an opening for great science from our nation, and hopefully for our neighbors in the Middle East.
Was the launch what you expected?
The launch was pretty exciting, yeah. A lot of noise, shaking, but after about a minute or so, we got used to it, and it went pretty smoothly.
Security was very tight. A lot of concern before you ever fired off those solid rocket boosters. Did you ever, how aware of that were you? How much of an added concern was that for you?
Well, since NATO security and the county security were unbelievable and helpful, I didn't have any doubt that everything will go pretty good, and so it did. And I was aware of it. I got there, my family, and I knew exactly what's going on there.
It's interesting when you consider the risks astronauts take to be concerned about that on top of anything else. Send it over to Mission Specialist Chawla. I'm just curious if you could share for us a moment of what it's like being in that space hab. It's a scientific juggling act, isn't it?
It really is. At any given time, we can be doing up to 2, 3, 4 experiments simultaneously. But it's a lot of fun. It's very stimulating, and we are enjoying it. The module is quite big, roomy, and we were able to put it in very good configuration for our work on the very first day. So it's been working out really well.
And let's send it over to Laurel Clark. Laurel, are all these experiments working? You have 80-some experiments. They couldn't all be working as planned.
Well,
for and didn't have to use any of that preparation other than being aware and ready. For our science experiments, on the other hand, it's very fortunate that we've had such thorough training from such an excellent team on the ground. With the minor glitches that have occurred, we've been able to take care of them, and the teams tell us on the ground they're getting tons of incredible data.
Let's close with Colonel Ramon. I have an email question for you, Colonel. This comes from Great Britain. Don't you think it would have been a powerful evocation and image of humanity if you had flown with a Palestinian or an Arab crew member and he wishes good fortune to you? Had you thought much about that?
Well, as you probably know, an Arab man already flew in the 80s, so I'm not the first one from there. And I feel like I represent, first of all, of course, the State of Israel and the Jews, but I represent also all our neighbors, and I hope it will contribute to the whole world, and especially to our Middle East neighbors.
All right, we're going to have to leave it at that. The crew, or at least a portion, the awakened crew of the Columbia, there are some of them asleep right now, 3 of them in bunks in the middeck. Thanks very much for taking a little bit of time while you're on orbit to visit us from the flight deck of the Space Shuttle Columbia. We wish you well as this space marathon 24/7. Oh my goodness, look at that little chalice going by there. Anyway, thanks very much, and have a great mission. We appreciate it. It's always fun to watch that.
Very sad indeed. We have just received a soundbite from the father of Colonel Ilan Ramon, the Israeli astronaut who perished today aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia. The father, his name is Eliezer Wolferman. He spoke earlier today from Israel. Here's some of what he had to say.
I can't believe it's happened. He was so happy for him. It was his top of his life, and that's what's happened. I have a connection with him in email. Yeah, and just 2 days ago I got the last email from him, and he was so happy, and he said that he's so happy that he doesn't want to come back to Earth, and he didn't come back to Earth.
Yeah. We are going to go now to Representative Dana Rohrabacher, who is in Irvine, California. He is on the subcommittee for NASA. Representative Rohrabacher, we appreciate you joining us at this difficult time. Your thoughts?
Well, thank you very much. I know that today many Americans were shocked and surprised and are saddened, certainly. But, you know, the astronauts, they have always understood that space flight is a tremendous risk, and I think many Americans fully didn't appreciate that risk, and NASA has done such a great job, and the astronauts do a great job. Our aerospace industry does a great job, and they made it look like there was less risk than there is, and now we know that this is not to be taken for granted. But I know that the astronauts and the other people who've lost their lives before and have risked their lives before would want us to pause for a moment and reflect upon it and correct any problems that there are, but they'd want us to make sure that we are continuing to move forward. America, along with the other good people of the world, we're going to lead the whole human race into space, and because there's so many good things that we can accomplish there.
As we go forward, as the days become weeks and the weeks become months, and we move on to the investigation phase, what do you want to see? What has to come out of an investigation?
Well, there's a number of things that we have to consider, and first and foremost, anyone who made a bad decision, yes, they should be held accountable, even if they didn't intentionally do something wrong. If it's a bad decision, they have to be held accountable. If there was a technological flaw, we have to come to grips with that. So I think the best way to do that, however, would be through an independent panel of people, perhaps led by someone like John Glenn, who has the technical expertise, but plus the prestige and the time to focus totally on this issue. But the most important thing to come out of it isn't perhaps that, you know, the fault or who made a mistake, and because we're going to correct the mistakes and we're going to hold people accountable. But we've got to know that space policy has got to come off of the back burner. Space policy has been something that, well, for the last 10 years has been something that hasn't been given the attention it deserves, considering the fact that there's so much potential of what can be done. And right now we are reliant on an ancient fleet, a fleet of shuttles that, and Columbia was the oldest one of them, that were designed 35 and 40 years ago. And that's not fair to our astronauts, and it's something that if we have the right kind of attention, we could actually propel humankind into space and do great things there for all of us.
So in a sense, rather than slowing down the space program, you would hope that, if anything, this event focuses greater attention on it and propels the space program into the next century?
Well, we are right now in the last century in terms of American space program. As I say, the shuttle technology is something that was new back in the late 60s and early 70s. So, but especially in the last 10 years, the leaders have had other things that concern them. To be fair to President Bush, since 9/11, we had a very serious national security challenge that has taken up his time and effort. But we should now, as a people, decide that we are going to commit ourselves to utilizing space. And to do that, we've got to develop the technologies that will permit us new transportation systems. For example, the Space Shuttle engine is exactly the same kind of engine that they had 35 years ago when the shuttle was first designed. We should be developing new propulsion systems. We should be bringing down the cost of getting into space and then committing ourselves to using space for the benefit of all humankind.
Representative Rohrabacher, we appreciate you joining us this evening. A very difficult day for all of us. Appreciate your thoughts at this time. Thanks very much. I want to just remind our viewers that in just a few moments at 8 o'clock we have a special edition. Wolf Blitzer, Judy Woodruff, Miles O'Brien, a lot of CNN people here have been working all day on this. Hope you join us for that. That starts in about 4 minutes from now. Also want to show you a little bit about how the 7 astronauts aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia woke up today, what they heard on this, the last day of their lives.
Good morning to the red team. That was Scotland the Brave for Laurel.
Well, good morning, Houston. We're getting ready for a big day up here. Had a great time on orbit and really excited to come back home. Hearing that song reminds me of all the different places down on Earth and all the friends and family that I have all over the world. Thanks, and it's been great working with you and all the other folks.
The voice of Laura Clark, age 41, one of the 7 brave astronauts aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia who died today. I'm reminded of what Ronald Reagan said in 1986 after the Challenger disaster. He said, "The future does not belong to the faint-hearted, it belongs to the brave." And brave these 7 were. I'm Anderson Cooper. That's it for me. Stay tuned. In about 1 minute, special report from CNN.
Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
The final moments before a national tragedy. Heading home, Shuttle Columbia breaks up in midair.
At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our Space Shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors.
7 crew members lost. NASA officials begin a daunting investigation.
My promise to the crew and to the crew families is that the investigation that we have just launched will find the cause, we'll fix it, and then we'll move on.
Tonight, a CNN special report. Columbia, a shuttle tragedy. From the CNN Center in Atlanta, here's Miles O'Brien.
Good evening. In the 42 years of U.S. human spaceflight, there had never been a fatal accident during the descent to Earth or in landing. But this morning, that all changed. 16 minutes before it was scheduled to touch down in Florida at the Kennedy Space Center, the Space Shuttle Columbia fell apart in the skies over Texas. You're looking at some animation developed through the good graces of analytical graphics, and what you see is the general scenario that occurs on re-entry as a space shuttle returns from space, traveling at some 17,500 miles an hour, breaking its way toward the runway at the Kennedy Space Center in the Florida Peninsula, pitching nose high up, presenting to the strongest portion of the heat those black tiles there to insulate the space shuttle, which is, after all, an aluminum frame aircraft, from the 3,000 degree heat of re-entry. It was at the absolute apex of that heat, Mach 18, 200,000 feet and change, when the Space Shuttle Columbia disintegrated high over Texas. This scenario is being watched very closely in Houston right now. There is a mission evaluation team right now poring over data which was captured immediately after it became apparent that there was a catastrophic failure of the Space Shuttle Columbia. I'm told that mission managers will be looking very closely and the engineers will be looking closely at what happened to the elevons. These are the flaps in the rear portion of the Space Shuttle Columbia. There is some indication, based on the preliminary look at the data, that there was some unusual movement by these elevons, perhaps something that might have caused an abrupt maneuver very early in this investigation, but that is one of the things being looked at as they burn the midnight oil in Houston in the mission evaluation room. In the morning, there will be a series of meetings, 8 a.m. local time, 9 a.m., 10 a.m., series of management meetings and engineering meetings to look at the data preliminarily, get a sense of where they're headed, and then in the noon hour Central Time, they will report back to reporters with another briefing to give us a better sense of where they're headed with this investigation, still obviously in the very early hours. Coming up in the next hour of this program, extensive coverage of the Columbia tragedy and what might have gone wrong. Also anchoring tonight's coverage, Wolf Blitzer live at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Lou Dobbs from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and following the Bush administration's reaction, Judy Woodruff in Washington. First, let's quickly update you on the very latest. All future space shuttle flights are now on hold until NASA gets a better grip on what went so terribly wrong this morning, as you see in these pictures, breaking up south of Dallas. Space Agency officials say not to worry, though, about crew members still aboard the International Space Station. They have enough supplies to last until June. FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, has been put in charge of recovering and collecting the debris over a tremendously wide swath of the continental United States. The military has been called in to help that search. They're concentrating on eastern Texas. Bits and pieces of the shuttle have also been found in parts of Louisiana. And experts say that because Columbia broke up at 200,000 feet, the debris field could extend to even into Arkansas, Arizona, and New Mexico. Outside NASA headquarters and at the White House, flags flying at half-staff, a tribute to the 7 astronauts on board the Space Shuttle Columbia. Many of the crew's relatives were at the Kennedy Space Center excitedly waiting the touchdown, a touchdown which never came after a 16-day science mission which by all accounts was nearly flawless. This was the 28th mission for the Space Shuttle Columbia, focused on science as we told you, and Israel's first astronaut in space.
3, 2, 1. We have booster ignition and liftoff of Space Shuttle Columbia with a multitude of national and international space research experiments.
10:39 a.m., January 16th. Columbia takes off.
Now controlling the flight of Columbia, the international research mission finally underway. Commander Rick Husband joined on the flight deck by pilot Willie McCool, flight engineer Kalpana Chawla, and mission specialist Dave Brown, mission specialist Laurel Clark, payload commander Mike Anderson, and payload specialist Ilan Ramon seated down on the middeck.
10:41 a.m. About 80 seconds into the flight, a piece of debris on the external fuel tank comes off, hitting the underside of the orbiter left wing. There is some concern about overheating during re-entry if enough tiles are knocked loose. But after studying the images frame by frame, NASA engineers decide to continue the mission. 3:10 p.m., January 25th, 1 week into the mission. The crew gives CNN an update from space.
Here we had a great ride to orbit, and all the activation of the experiments in the Space Hab went extremely well. And we're really, we've got our space legs and up and running.
Another week passes. Saturday morning, February 1st. The crew is just hours from returning home.
Good morning, Houston. We're getting ready for a big day up here. Had a great time on orbit and really excited to come back home.
8:15 a.m. While still in orbit, Columbia fires its braking rockets. Its touchdown sequence is underway. It begins re-entry. 8:59 a.m. Mission Control hears from Columbia for the last time.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
9 a.m., just 16 minutes away from its scheduled touchdown on Florida's East Coast, Mission Control in Houston loses all data and voice contact with Columbia. The shuttle is seen in the skies above Dallas, Texas. At this point, the spacecraft is roughly 203,000 feet above the Earth, traveling about 12,500 miles an hour. Residents across Texas, Arkansas, and Louisiana see what NASA is not yet talking about.
We were woken up by this rumble. Today we were trying to sleep in on Saturday, and we heard this, sounded like a train going through our property.
The dogs started barking and then got shook the earth.
And we've seen large masses of pieces coming off of the shuttle.
I'm devastated. It's unbelievable.
And the National Weather Service even picks up these images on radar.
That is the wreckage of the shuttle Columbia coming through.
9:20. Quiet disbelief in the control room in Houston and from onlookers at the Kennedy Space Center.
We're shocked. We're at a loss for words. We don't know what to think. We feel so sad and sorry for the families of people that have been lost. Just hope they're with God.
9:29 a.m. NASA declares an emergency. Calls reporting debris hitting the ground flood police, NASA, and newsroom phones. 9:44 a.m. NASA warns residents to stay away from the debris, which could be dangerous because of toxins in the propellants used. 11 a.m. A flag at the Kennedy Space Center next to the countdown clock is lowered to half-staff. 1:30 p.m. NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe.
We trust that the prayers of the nation will be with them and with their families. And again, a more courageous group of people you could not have hoped to know than the families of these crew members. And an extraordinary, extraordinary group of astronauts who gave their lives.
2:05. The President addresses the nation, delivering the greatest news.
This day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors.
Now here we have the red ship.
At Mission Control in Houston, the first indication of trouble this morning was the loss of temperature sensors on Columbia's left wing, almost as if the plug had been pulled. This was followed within seconds by a series of other problems. Wolf Blitzer joining us live now from the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Wolf.
Miles, as you well know, this is a small family, all the people involved in this mission control operation here, and there's tremendous sadness, especially severe sadness here because the 7 astronauts had trained here in Houston at the Johnson Space Center. Their families, by and large, were here. They had spent a long time getting ready for this mission, and everyone here is, as they've said to me, the words can't describe how upset, how sad they are at what's going on. And spontaneous memorial services are erupting even outside the gates of the Johnson Space Center here in Houston, Texas. Now, they are urging the public to try to help if they can. They know there are hundreds, perhaps thousands of pieces of debris out there. They know that the public saw the images of the debris landing in central Texas, northern Texas, all over here, all the way over to Louisiana. They are asking, anyone has any film, any video, there's 2 ways of getting in touch with NASA officials. You can either call them at a number we've been putting up on the screen, 281-483-3388. I'll repeat that, 281-483-3388. Or you can email them if you believe you have some information that could help the investigators. Their email address is ColumbiaImages@nasa.gov. Columbia Images, all one word, @nasa.gov. Now, Ed Lavandera has been out there in Texas. He's been talking to people who've seen some of the debris. Ed Lavandera is joining us now live from Nacogdoches. Ed, tell us what you've seen and what you've heard.
Well, Wolf, what we've seen throughout the day is many people, actually closer to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, many people were paying attention to this shuttle landing today. Just kind of the course of events today, kind of everything lined up nicely. It was a beautiful day here, weather-wise, in Texas, and many people were able to see one of those great moments where you could see the space shuttle streaking across the state of Texas as it was headed toward Florida for its final approach. And so a lot of people watching the live coverage on the local newscast that as the shuttle was streaking overhead here. So that was a very strange moment, a very unique moment, I should say, not a chance a lot of people get to see. So we're about 3.5 hours southeast of the Dallas-Fort Worth area and about another 3 hours north of Houston to kind of pinpoint you. And we're in the center of Nacogdoches, Texas. And this has kind of become a nerve center, if you will, for a lot of people who have come here. And the reason they're here is this one parking lot is there's just a 3-by-3-foot piece of debris there. And this is very significant of what we've seen throughout the East Texas area and people's backyards, driveways, sidewalks, the back roads of East Texas have seen small parts of debris like this scattered all over the place. And we've seen the area is cordoned off just like this, and many times we've often seen private landowners there doing the same, waiting for authorities to come by and pick up this material. We understand that they're trying to line up the process by how exactly they're going to do this. I've also had a chance to speak with other people who say that they have seen debris in the back of their businesses or in their homes as well, and that I guess there's just so many calls that have been coming into the authorities here in the East Texas area that it's been impossible to get somebody out to all of these locations at this point so far. So there's a lot of work still left to do here. Wolf.
And do people understand, by and large, how dangerous it is, these toxic propellants, as they call it, that if anybody gets too close or touches the kind of debris, they could be in trouble? By and large, has that message gotten through?
You know, for the most part, I have seen that you'll be driving around a neighborhood and you'll see a piece of debris on the ground, and what you'll see is a lot of people gathered around, but they'll keep a safe distance from it, not touching it. A lot of people taking pictures of it, but for the most part, I think that word has gotten out that people should stay away.
And it is, of course, the property of the United States government. It would be a crime for anyone to take any of that debris with them. CNN's Ed Lavandera is joining us from Nacogdoches in Texas. Thanks very much, Ed. And Miles, when I throw it back to you, as you well know, the investigators want to collect as much of that debris as possible. It's unclear whether they're going to try to recreate as best they can the Columbia, but they do want that debris because there could be some telltale signs what exactly caused this horrible explosion. Miles?
Well, Wolf, as you well know, it's not an overstatement to say that this thing could be unlocked, the puzzle could be solved by simply one piece. So we encourage people, if they see pieces, to let NASA know who knows what the significance of that piece might be. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to go to Washington, check in with Judy Woodruff, and talk about the president and the political implications of all this as NASA embarks on efforts to fly one day again. And we'll also check in with Lou Dobbs, who is at the Kennedy Space Center, where Columbia left 16 days ago in a blaze of glory. Stay with us. We just didn't know how. That's the words of one NASA worker from Houston today as they consider what happened as the Space Shuttle Columbia came in on what seemed like the flawless conclusion to a nearly flawless mission. Let's continue our coverage as we turn our attention now to Washington and to Florida on a story that really spans the entire country. Lou Dobbs at the Kennedy Space Center, but first Judy Woodruff in Washington. Judy?
That's right. Thank you, Miles. And it has been a full day and a very difficult day for President George W. Bush, who, as we know, until just lately, his main focus has been pressing the U.S. case against Iraq. Well, today the president has talked by telephone with the families of the lost astronauts. He has spoken words of consolation to the rest of the country, to all of us. CNN's White House correspondent Suzanne Malveaux has been at the White House all this day following developments. Suzanne.
Well, Judy, tonight leaders around the world are offering their condolences to the White House as President Bush marks this tragic day with reflection, mourning, and prayer.
In honor of those lost, the flag at the White House lowered and halves down. President Bush once again charged with carrying out the
testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Bringing the nation together in time of tragedy.
My fellow
Testing,
Americans,
you want it up higher?
This day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our Space Shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors.
6 Americans and 1 Israeli lost. People the president said assumed great risk in the service to all humanity.
The cause in which they died will continue. Mankind is led into the darkness beyond our world by the inspiration of discovery and the longing to understand. Our journey into space will go on.
Just after 9 o'clock this morning at Camp David, President Bush is notified by his chief of staff that NASA has lost contact with the shuttle. At 10:30, he's briefed by NASA's director and decides to return to the White House early. The Situation Room at the White House goes into full gear, notifying all the principals. By 12:30, the president is back in the Oval Office when NASA's director tells him there are no survivors. 15 minutes later, Mr. Bush, standing at his desk, holds a conference call with the victims' families who are gathered around a speakerphone at the Kennedy Space Center. He tells them, "We express our love and appreciation for all those who died today. I want the loved ones to know there are millions of Americans praying for you, including me and Laura. It's an incredibly tough day for you. May God bless you all. I wish I was there to hug, cry, and comfort you right now." In a poignant moment, a White House aide who was with the president says after the call, a somber Mr. Bush briefly excused himself to the executive residence. The president also called Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon to offer his condolences for the Israeli astronaut lost. And the president received calls from world leaders from Mexico, Canada, and even those recently at odds with the president over his stand with Iraq, France, and Russia.
And Judy, today was a big day for the Department of Homeland Security. Its new Secretary Governor Tom Ridge able to quickly assess and gather information, assign FEMA the lead role in recovery, and also to reassure the American people that as tragic as this disaster was, it was not the result of terrorism. Judy.
All right, thank you, Suzanne. At the same time, they are saying they are pressing ahead with the case against Iraq. That will continue. Well, as you've been hearing from my colleague Miles O'Brien, NASA's engineers are already hard at work trying to solve the mystery of what happened to the shuttle Columbia. But a number of other federal agencies are also involved in the investigation, and for that part of the story, we're going to bring in our Patty Davis. Patty.
Well, Judy, FEMA is heading the response and recovery effort. Other agencies are heading south to take part in the investigation. The debris strewn across several states is crucial to finding what caused the accident.
We're going to gather every piece we can find, treat this much like an aircraft incident, and see if we can solve the puzzle.
Finding the pieces is a massive undertaking, but an essential one. If the cause is structural, debris could provide the key clues.
They can then piece that together to figure out how it came apart, and then that'll help them figure out where the cause was.
That's why officials are appealing to the public to turn over any pictures people took of the shuttle falling and to turn in any pieces found.
If you find debris, please call local authorities immediately to tell them of the location.
The Federal Emergency Management Agency is coordinating the federal government's response and recovery. The military guarding and searching for debris using planes, boats, and helicopters. The FAA instituting a 40-mile wide, 160-mile long restricted zone below 3,000 feet from Texas to Louisiana to protect aircraft involved in the recovery. The National Transportation Safety Board sending vehicle structure and system experts to help. NTSB crash investigators helped piece together debris from the in-flight breakup of the TWA 800 crash. This debris field as much as 100 times bigger.
This is going to be an extraordinarily challenging investigation. The vehicle was at 200,000 feet. It was traveling at 12,500 miles per hour. There simply has never been a breakup like this in aviation or space history.
In addition to debris, NASA says the shuttle had data and voice recorders, but more importantly, it was constantly streaming information to mission control.
We are preserving hardware around the country in our different facilities. We are impounding data here that represented the last data that we received from the crew, and we will be poring over that data 24 hours a day.
Besides NASA's own investigation, an independent group, including the military, the FAA, will also look into what happened, an investigation that could take months, if not years. Judy?
All right, Patty Davis, thanks very much. When you think about it, Miles, it seems almost a miracle that any pieces survived from that altitude and at that speed.
Judy, what I've seen is there aren't many very big pieces, that is for sure. Just 12 hours ago, hundreds of people were gathering at the Kennedy Space Center to see the shuttle landing. Their excitement quickly turned to shock. CNN's Lou Dobbs is at Kennedy. Lou?
Miles, as you say, shock, and the shock is still being felt profoundly here by everyone who works at NASA and who works with NASA. The NASA administrator, Sean O'Keefe, has spent much of the day comforting the families of the 7 astronauts who lost their lives today aboard Columbia. He has also spent much of his time learning as much as possible about what the NASA engineers, managers, and investigators know to this point. And he has been briefing congressional leaders, and amongst them House Majority Leader Tom DeLay and Congressman Dave Weldon. And I want to turn now, if I may, to John Zarella, my colleague here, who's covered the space program for some time. This represents something of a departure, does it not? Sean O'Keefe has really opened up the process and is sharing information, which has not always been the first reflex of this agency.
Right, exactly, and certainly back in 1986, that really was not the case back in 1986. It was far more of a closed family here, and they kept the information very close to the vest for quite some time, but an open process here, certainly.
John, I've just been told that our colleague Gary Tuchman is available. Gary, let's go to you quickly.
It works for NASA, and that's why what's happened today. We come to you from the Sunrise Diner in Cocoa Beach, just south of the Cape, where people are obviously talking about what happened today. Right here we have Mike and Joanna. Mike, you were telling me that Joanna, who's your friend, called you to tell you about the shuttle explosion. What did you think when you first heard that?
At first I didn't believe it, shock and amazement. And then when I seen it was true, you think about the families and all that. And very sad thing.
You tell me when you live here, you just take for granted that the missions will all go okay.
Yeah, when I first moved down here, it was all we had to watch everyone come in, and then you just take for granted that they'll get here safely, and this time they didn't.
Thanks for talking with us. We want to go over here. This is Frank and Marilyn. Frank and Marilyn live in New York State half the year, and they live here half the year. And Marilyn was telling me that regularly they go out on their balcony on the ocean here when the shuttle takes off and when it lands, right?
That's right. It's very exciting, and being away from this area, I don't take it for granted. I think it's so exciting to watch the shuttles and the rockets go up, and we're on our balcony every single time.
Including this morning, right?
Including this morning.
Tell me what happened this morning.
We were there at 9 o'clock, and I was looking out, looking at the people on the beach, and waiting for the sound of that beautiful... I'm just really sad about this whole thing. But my heart goes out to all of the people involved, the families especially, their children, and Israel. I feel very sadly because they have a hero in India, and especially the United States. I'm so sad for all of them. I think they're all heroes.
Frank and Marilyn, thank you very much for talking with me. It's obviously very emotional for the nation, for the world, but particularly for the people here in the Space Coast of Florida. Lou, back to you.
Gary, thank you very much. Gary Tuchman in Cocoa Beach, Florida. Now back to you, Miles.
All right, thank you very much, Lou. A check of the latest developments in today's shuttle tragedy is just ahead. And the question burning on so many minds tonight, what went wrong up there? We'll have a closer look at what we know at this time, obviously very early, and where authorities are focusing their attention as they work through the night tonight, Mission Control Houston. Plus, one of the crew members, Israel's first astronaut. We'll have a live report from Jerusalem for a man who was a national hero in that country. And later, in their own words, family members who are expecting their loved ones to return home to Earth this morning, their thoughts and their feelings on this terribly tragic day. Into fiery pieces. It was absolutely the hottest point of re-entry, 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Parts of the shuttle have been found in East Texas and Louisiana. Some pieces were so hot that they caused fires, as you see here. The spacecraft was so high the debris field may extend into New Mexico and Arizona. Parts of what authorities suspect are human remains also have been found. Now, as for the cause, several minutes before the breakup, there were some sensors on Columbia's left wing. They began failing, temperature sensors specifically, toward the rear portion of the wing. Others registered high temperatures, and there are reports that there were some unusual movements of the flaps at the back called elevons. Memories have gone back to launch day, when cameras saw a piece of foam insulation from the fuel tank breaking off, hitting Columbia's left wing. The shuttle program manager, Ron Dittemore, says at this point, not a smoking gun, but he adds, we cannot discount that there may be a connection. And we should tell you the person who will be heading this investigation. NASA has named a retired admiral who also headed the investigation into the explosion on board the USS Cole in Yemen to lead the investigation. His name is Admiral Harold Hal Gemin, and he will lead this independent investigation into determining the cause of the disintegration of the Space Shuttle Columbia. We will keep you posted on that. A team of experts from the National Transportation Safety Board is heading for Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. That's where NASA has set up a command post. The NTSB will help the space agency in what is expected to be a lengthy and difficult investigation of this morning's disaster. First things first, NASA starts eliminating possible causes.
We have no indication that the mishap was caused by anything or anyone on the ground.
From there, the potential causes are innumerable, given the 1 million parts and complex operations that go into any shuttle mission. As rocket scientists like to say, it's always what you do not expect, because if you'd thought of it, you'd have fixed it. One of the Space Shuttle program's greatest achievements was the development of the insulating tiles that protect the shuttle on re-entry. There are more than 20,000 of them on each shuttle. Made of silica fiber, they are cool to the touch just seconds after being exposed to a 2,200-degree kiln. While they have been a great achievement, they have been a continuing problem for shuttle managers. They are brittle and can easily be knocked off during launch. The shuttle can land if some insulating tiles are damaged or break off, as seen here on the Space Shuttle Discovery. But if too many tiles are gone, the shuttle would get too hot.
The heat could actually cause the structure of the orbiter to break.
During Columbia's launch, a piece of insulation from the external fuel tank broke off and perhaps damaged some ceramic tiles. But shuttle managers determined it was safe for the mission to continue.
We can't discount that there might be a connection. But we have to caution you and ourselves that we can't rush to judgment on it.
Another likely point of focus for investigators, the attitude of the shuttle on re-entry. If the nose goes too high or too low, the shuttle could tumble and break up.
The belly of the shuttle is well protected, but if you get in the wrong orientation at any moment during that re-entry, you are not protected on all sides. And so, once you start coming apart, there's nothing you can do.
Columbia was the oldest shuttle. Just last year, engineers found stress and age cracks in shuttle engine parts. While those problems, experts say, are not likely to be the cause of this disaster, there could be some other unforeseen age-related problem with the shuttle. Whatever the cause, there may be clues in the data transmitted from the shuttle before communication was lost.
We will be poring over that data 24 hours a day for the foreseeable future.
NASA has undertaken major investigations several times before, the last after the Challenger disaster. Randy Avera worked on that investigation into why the Challenger disintegrated over the ocean shortly after liftoff.
What we do not have, as far as we know today, on the Columbia crash today, is close-up telescopic photos and videos of the actual effects that were taking place on the orbiter.
The first job, finding all the pieces that can be found, looking for clues in the fields, forests, and backyards of eastern Texas and western Louisiana. One of the reasons we explore space is to push the boundaries of science, and for the Shuttle Columbia 16 days in space, it had been entirely devoted to scientific experiments. Not an exaggeration to say that years of preparation go into the experiments that are selected to fly on space shuttles. The Columbia carried experiments on changes in flame, how flames spread in space, and how flowers change their scent in the absence of gravity. They also studied the effects of weightlessness on rats to learn more about how weightlessness affects humans long term. They measured atmospheric dust to see what dust has to do with global warming. That was the principal experiment of Ilan Ramon, the Israeli astronaut. There were bee, ant, and spider behavior tests in weightlessness, crystal growth, with the hope of finding potential drugs which could cure things like cancer even. Tumor development in space was studied, colon cancer specifically. And there was a study on the evolution of life in the universe that had as its two principal investigators an Israeli and a Palestinian. Now, along with the crew and Shuttle Columbia itself, the knowledge gained on all these experiments vanished today in the skies over Texas. Send it now to, we're going to take a break. We'll be back with more in just a moment.
He said, their daring and their idealism. For 4 of them, this was their first trip into space. 2 were colonels, both with the Air Force, one American, the other Israeli. Ilan Ramon was his country's first astronaut. He joined NASA as a payload specialist in 1997. Married with 4 children, Ramon was 48 years old. The commander of this mission was Rick Husband. He had been an astronaut since 1994. And piloted the shuttle Discovery just about 4 years ago. Husband leaves behind a wife and 2 children. Laurel Clark was one of 2 doctors on this, her first flight, a mission specialist. She was the mother of 1. William McCool was Columbia's pilot. Age 41 and married, he too was flying his first mission in space. David Brown was the other surgeon on board the shuttle, a former college gymnast, a mission specialist for the flight. He was 46 years old. The payload commander was Michael Anderson. He flew aboard the shuttle Endeavour in 1998. That took him to the Mir space station. Anderson was married and 46 years old. Kalpana Chawla was a native of India. She became an astronaut in 1994. She operated the shuttle's robotic arm on a mission 3 years later. As we remember these astronauts, some of their relatives have chosen to share their grief and their apprehensions with the public. The parents of astronaut David Brown told CNN that they hope the nation's space exploration will go forward. But they said they're also afraid that today's loss was so catastrophic, nothing would be found of the shuttle or of their son.
We saw the debris come down in the newsreel, photographs, and I'd like to have something of Dave to bury. That may not happen.
So hard. The sister of astronaut Michael Anderson was still in shock when she talked with reporters.
It hasn't set in yet. And I probably won't till I hear something very definite. Right now, I'm not listening to the TV because what they said was nothing that I guess I want to believe, because it's nothing that I feel is truly definite yet. So I'm not even listening.
I see. What are your plans? Are you planning to go to Dallas anytime soon?
To Houston, I'll go to Houston when I think it's appropriate. I'll go to Houston to be with my sister-in-law, and if necessary, I will be going to Spokane, Washington.
Her brother, astronaut Michael Anderson, grew up in the Spokane area. He flew to Russia's Mir space station in 1998. He was in charge of the Columbia's science experiments. Well, Miles, it just breaks your heart.
It does indeed, Judy. So once again, the United States is in mourning, this time for 7 space explorers who died early today over Texas. CNN's Bruce Morton has more.
Americans mourned in churches.
All this week, our prayers will be for the families that survived those 7 astronauts and the whole space program family.
At the Kennedy Space Center, at the White House, flags at half-staff. At NASA headquarters here, a flag and a banner, which now looks sad. Family members grieve, of course.
That's what he's dreamed of doing most of his life. That's what he said his goals to do.
The principal of astronaut David Brown's old high school
called us last year and asked if there was something that he could take from the high school up with him on this space mission. We eventually did send him a banner of the school that he brought up.
Strangers were shocked in a gym in Chicago's planetarium.
I went to space camp, and now it kind of scares me almost. So I don't know if I'm having second thoughts, but I want to get into that.
I'm feeling pretty bad about this accident. Ever since Challenger crashed, I thought there was never going to be another space shuttle accident.
Just pure shock, disbelief. This is unreal. I mean, you come out here expecting to see a shuttle land, and it's just not there.
In fact, it's just 17 years and 3 days since the shuttle Challenger exploded on takeoff. On the anniversary, Columbia commander Rick Husband remembered that crew and 3 others who died in the 1967 fire.
Their dedication and devotion to the exploration of space was an inspiration to each of us and still motivates people around the world to achieve great things in service to others.
President Bush led the mourning for the 7 who died aboard Columbia.
The crew of the shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, yet we can pray that all are safely home.
And at the NASA briefings for reporters, some voices broke.
My promise to the crew and to the crew families is that the investigation that we have just launched will find the cause, we'll fix it, and then we'll move on.
They will move on. Humankind has crossed oceans, explored continents, walked on the moon. Some kid tonight will be looking at the stars and thinking, why not? The urge to know what's out there is part of who we are. Bruce Morton, CNN, Washington.
The exploration, we hope, will continue. Let's turn it to Wolf Blitzer in Houston. Wolf?
You know, Miles, even as this investigation gets going and questions about the future of the space missions are asked, all sorts of commissions of inquiry, perhaps, that we're not even envisaging. People here in Houston at the Johnson Space Center, they're coming to the gates of this center. They're dropping off flowers. They're remembering, they're expressing their anguish, their sadness. If you take a look at the picture of these 7 astronauts, you look at them, you see the 5 men, the 2 women. Of those 5 men, 1 African-American, 1 Israeli, the Indian-American woman. It's a beautiful mosaic, cut short so sadly. Miles?
Wolf Blitzer in Houston. On behalf of Wolf in Houston at the Johnson Space Center and Judy Woodruff in Washington, as well as Lou Dobbs down at the Kennedy Space Center, thank you very much for being with us for this special report. Be sure to join me again for another special report an hour from now, Columbia shuttle tragedy. That's 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. I'm Miles O'Brien. Larry King Live is up next right here on CNN.
We had not. I have seen a landing before. I went with my daughter once before. At the actual landing site, you do not see any of the crew anyway, so we just thought it would be better to wait till he got home to Houston, and then we could go down and actually visit with him, hear about his impressions on the flight and that type of thing.
Nicole, your son will be in so many people's lives tonight across the country. What is it that you want them to know about your son?
Well, I think hard question. I think they should know he was very dedicated to what he was doing. He was, you know, an excellent pilot on it. I think he is very oriented toward humanity, and he was actually a very deeply religious young man as well, and just very interested in children. And one of his goals, you know, after he finished his career with the military, was to work with teaching and working with children, particularly in the area of science. So he's very interested in that. So,
Mrs. McCool, it is the dream of so many children growing up to be an astronaut, a dream that your son realized. Yet watching these events that happen today can be very scary for a child. I know much of this mission was based around research projects. Schools all over the country were involved in some of those experiments. What would your words be to those children who watched today's events unfold, who at one time thought, I want to be an astronaut, and might be scared by what they saw today?
Don't give up the dream on there, because science is important to all of us, and nothing is perfect, and unfortunately his crew happened to be the one where it wasn't perfect that something happened. But they should not give up the dream. They should carry on and try to realize their potential as best they can.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Cool. You've been listening to a live press conference from Audrey McCool, mother of shuttle pilot William Willie McCool.
That was the mother of the late William McCool, the shuttle pilot. We're talking on the phone, and we're going to hold them on the phone with Dan Salton and Doug and Betty Haviland, the brother of and uncle and aunt, respectively, of the late Laurel Clark, M.D., Navy commander, also killed today. Joining us, though, now is Miles O'Brien, who has done yeoman-like work all day today. One of the best at covering space that I know of. His knowledge is... Where were you? You were prepared to anchor the broadcast of the landing, Miles?
Well, Larry, I actually have 2 jobs here at CNN. I'm a weekend anchor, and I was already up and running at 7 this morning doing my anchor job. It was just so happened my 2 jobs kind of intersected this morning, and we were going to talk the shuttle down as we typically do, and I spent a lot of time telling folks to take a look outside the window, because we knew that the shuttle was going to streak across the continental United States, offer up a great pre-dawn light show. As a matter of fact, I told our assignment editor here, Paul Kieran, to call all the local affiliates in the path, make sure they got a camera out there, and captured this event. What they captured was not what we expected, of course.
In all your history of covering these things, had you shown particular concern over landings?
No, the truth of the matter is, the first 8.5 minutes of the flight, Larry, is when we get most of the concern and most of the attention. That's when you have the potential explosive power of a small nuclear bomb, but you want to make sure it's unleashed in the right direction. And so we watch that 8.5 minutes of powered ascent, as they call it, from the launch pad all the way to space very closely. And the sense you get is once it arrives in orbit, the worst is over, if you will. Well, it's second on the list of concerns would be that return to Earth when the shuttle undergoes tremendous stress, 3,000-degree heat, and quite frankly, perhaps we didn't have as much attention paid to it as it should.
Was there any verbal warning of anything imminent?
No, it came very quickly. A very abrupt conversation, and no indication from the crew that they had any indication of what was coming up. We do know that there are a few sensor warnings which came just prior to the communication loss. The sensors went out. There was a conversation, a transmission from Rick Husband, the shuttle commander's sort of half of a Roger, if you will, that kind of thing, and it was all over. The things happened very quickly.
We'll take a break and come right back. Miles will remain with us. We'll talk to some eyewitnesses and some more phone conversation with the relatives as well. This is a special edition of Larry King Weekend. We'll be right back.
We have booster ignition and liftoff of Space Shuttle Columbia with a multitude of national and international space research experiments.
We're a very rookie crew, a very young crew. We have 4 rookies, first-time flyers, and 3 one-time flyers. So as you can see, compared to the average shuttle crew today, we're a very inexperienced crew. So knowing that, we've gone to great lengths to make sure that our inexperience isn't something that's going to hamper us. We've worked very closely, worked hard together over the last 2 years to make this mission a success.
That was astronaut Michael Anderson. And before we talk with June Scobie Rogers, whose husband piloted the Challenger, we're going to make contact with David Neal in Rusk, Texas, who was also an eyewitness. David, what did you see?
Good evening. I was outside at the Palestine airport where we have our normal monthly fly-in, and I happen to be looking upwards, looking for any aircraft. And I look up and I see a bright object. My only guess is, you know, a passenger jet with a large contrail. But it immediately thereafterwards started fanning out the little pieces, very bright blue colors. And so I immediately called the airport manager, who then called Fort Worth Center. And supposedly we're the first people to call on that. at first, you know, that's all we thought it was, a passenger jet, and we were very afraid that we had just witnessed maybe a terrorist attack of some sort. And then going inside, waiting to hear some news of it on the news, we then learned it was the space shuttle.
David, did you see anything that looked like a fire?
I did not see anything look like a fire. I just saw what looked like the sun reflecting off an airplane, and then it started to turn a blue color, and a lot of little pieces coming off of it, and fanning out in all different directions.
Wasn't it going remarkably fast to you?
Yes, it was, and being in the aviation business for as long as I was, I didn't believe it could be at 200,000 feet like they have been reporting, because there were contrails even on the little pieces that were coming off of it, and it did seem to be going very fast.
You think it was lower than 200,000 feet based on your experience with flight?
Yes, sir, and a lot of the other pilots there at the airport believe the same thing.
That's interesting. We'll follow up on that. You thought it was lower.
Yeah,
David, thanks very much. David Neal, an eyewitness on the scene in Rusk, Texas at the airport. We'll be calling on you again. Joining us now from Chattanooga, Tennessee is June Scobie Rogers, the widow of Francis Dick Scobie, who was commander of the Challenger on January 28, 1986. Where were you this morning, June?
I was at home. I just turned on the television while I was emptying the dishwasher, and when I heard lost communications, I dropped everything. Brought back some terrible memories from my family. It's tragedy for the entire nation, isn't it?
You're the founding chairman of the Challenger Center for Space Science Education. You've stayed deeply involved in this. You've remarried, right?
I have. I met Don Rogers, a general in the Army at Arlington on Easter, and his wife had died, and we became good friends, and we've moved here to Chattanooga. And the Challenger Centers, all the families came together to say, you know, the world knew how our loved ones died, and we want the world to know how they lived. And the families for the Columbia crew must be devastated with the numbing shock that we know so well.
What would you say to them?
Just to take each day, one day at a time, to feel the love of family and friends, and to know that their loved ones have touched the face of God, that they're in God's hands. They were heroes. They were heroes like our firemen and police and our military. They were serving their country with a dream, vision of what was needed for space exploration. And they were wonderful examples to our nation.
And they knew the dangers, didn't they?
They know. When you're working in that field, in space exploration, they're pioneers for the country, for our planet. They take that risk knowingly, and that makes them even that much greater a hero.
We're going to take a break and come back with June Scobie Rogers and talk more about living after such a tragedy. She lived with it after Challenger, and today we have Columbia, and then we'll meet a major panel get-together on this special edition of Larry King Weekend. We'll have another one tomorrow night, and joining us among the guests will be one of the veteran space correspondents ever, Hugh Downs. Don't go away.
We're a very rookie crew, a very young crew. We have 4 rookies, first-time flyers, and 3 one-time flyers. So as you can see, compared to the average shuttle crew today, we're a very inexperienced crew. So knowing that, we've gone to great lengths to make sure that our inexperience isn't something that's going to hamper us. We've worked very closely, worked hard together over the last 2 years to make this mission a success.
That was astronaut Michael Anderson. And before we talk with June Scobie Rogers, whose husband piloted the Challenger, we're going to make contact with David Neal in Rusk, Texas, who was also an eyewitness. David, what did you see?
Good evening. I was outside at the Palestine airport where we have our normal monthly fly-in, and I happen to be looking upwards, looking for any aircraft. And I look up and I see a bright object. My only guess is, a passenger jet with a large contrail. But it immediately thereafterwards started fanning out to little pieces, very bright blue colors. And so I immediately called the airport manager, who then called Fort Worth Center. And supposedly we're the first people to call on that. At first, that's all we thought it was, a passenger jet, and we were very afraid that we had just witnessed maybe a terrorist attack of some sort. And then going inside, waiting to hear some news of it on the news, we then learned it was the space shuttle.
David, did you see anything that looked like a fire?
I did not see anything look like a fire. I just saw what looked like the sun reflecting off an airplane, and then it started to turn a blue color, and a lot of little pieces coming off of it, and fanning out in all different directions.
Wasn't it going remarkably fast to you?
Yes, it was, and being in the aviation business for as long as I was, I didn't believe it could be at 200,000 feet like they have been reporting, because there were contrails even on the little pieces that were coming off of it, and it did seem to be going very fast.
You think it was lower than 200,000 feet based on your experience with flight?
Yes, sir, and a lot of the other pilots there at the airport believe the same thing.
That's interesting. We'll follow up on that. You thought it was lower.
Yeah,
David, thanks very much. David Neal, an eyewitness on the scene in Rusk, Texas at the airport. We'll be calling on you again. Joining us now from Chattanooga, Tennessee is June Scobie Rogers, the widow of Francis Dick Scobie, who was commander of the Challenger on January 28, 1986. Where were you this morning, June?
I was at home. I just turned on the television while I was emptying the dishwasher, and when I heard lost communications, I dropped everything. Brought back some terrible memories from my family. It's a tragedy for the entire nation, isn't it?
You're the founding chairman of the Challenger Center for Space Science Education. You've stayed deeply involved in this. You've remarried, right?
I have. I met Don Rogers, a general in the Army at Arlington on Easter, and his wife had died, and we became good friends, and we've moved here to Chattanooga. And the Challenger Center is, all the families came together to say, the world knew how our loved ones died, and we want the world to know how they lived. And the families for the Columbia crew must be devastated with the numbing shock that we know so well.
What would you say to them?
Just to take each day, one day at a time, to feel the love of family and friends, and to know that their loved ones have touched the face of God, that they're in God's hands. They were heroes. They were heroes like our firemen and police and our military. They were serving their country with a dream, vision of what was needed for space exploration. And they were wonderful examples to our nation.
And they knew the dangers, didn't they?
They know. When you're working in that field, in space exploration, they're pioneers for the country, for our planet. They take that risk knowingly, and that makes them even that much greater a hero.
We're going to take a break and come back with June Scobie Rogers and talk more about living after such a tragedy. She lived with it after Challenger, and today we have Columbia, and then we'll meet a major panel get-together on this special edition of Larry King Weekend. We'll have another one tomorrow night, and joining us among the guests will be one of the veteran space correspondents ever, Hugh Downs. Don't go away.
And when you look out the window, you're not looking at the stars or the moon, you're looking at the
Earth. And when you look at the Earth, invariably people say that they think about people, and they invariably say they think about the people that they kind of know and care about.
That was the late Captain David Brown. June Scobie Rogers, widow of Francis Dick Scobie, commander of the Challenger. Do you think that as a society we're kind of sanguine now about space travel, that unless something like this happens, we treat it as just another day of flight?
I was so happy for NASA that safety was the first issue that they were concerned about every day. That's their focus.
But the public, do you think the public gave much thought to it?
I think that they looked at it more than likely like any flight, any airplane flight. It's another mission. But I know the astronauts and their families didn't look at it that way. It's truly a tragedy for that loss.
You lost your husband, now your son. Is that true? He flies F-16s in the reserves?
My son is an F-16 pilot, Rich Scobie. I've talked to him the first thing this morning and several times today. And I've talked to my daughter, Kathy. They're wonderful, wonderful children. And it's very difficult for Dick Scobie's parents. The commander husband had just sent a message on the 28th of January to say it was the anniversary for the loss of Challenger, and he wished well the families and the Challenger crew. It's so unfortunate that the families of Columbia didn't get to greet them and congratulate them on a successful mission.
On the third floor.
Is there a chance your son might go to the Gulf?
My son might be called to duty, as will many sons. And that's a difficult time in our nation. It's a traumatic time, I'm sure, for our president. He gave a wonderful message to the Columbia crew today. My heart is to him as well, as he is so concerned with our nation at a time when we may be close to war, and loss of a space shuttle crew. And nation, indeed, the world is in disaster today.
Thank you, June. Good seeing you. Good seeing you looking so well, too. June Scobie Rogers, the widow of Francis Dick Scobie, commander of the Challenger. And when we come back, on the phone with Walter Cronkite, and we'll visit with Scott Carpenter, an original Mercury 7 astronaut, Jerry Leininger, the former NASA astronaut and retired U.S. Navy Medical Corps captain, Alan Bean, former astronaut, was a lunar module pilot for Apollo 12. That was the second lunar landing. And Senator Bill Nelson, Democrat of Florida, one of the leading congressional experts on NASA, who made a space flight himself. They're all next, right after this.
This is indeed a tragic day for the NASA family, for the families of the astronauts who flew on STS-107, and likewise tragic for the nation. We trust that the prayers of the nation will be with them and with their families. And again, a more courageous group of people you could not have hoped to know.
For me, it doesn't really affect me. I'm just so focused on the mission and the training. And gosh, I got a Navy background. I've been flying off carriers and doing night landings and dealt with pitching decks in bad weather. So you just kind of get immuneness, in a sense, to the environment around you, and you deal with it. And that's pretty much my attitude with regard to the 9/11 events. And I guess I have more concern maybe for my family. I just want to do everything I can to put them at ease. And I know that NASA has done a wonderful job in coping with the necessity for new security measures, and I think they've done a good job in doing that and have given comfort to me and my crewmates, and in particular our families along those lines.
That was the late Commander William McCool. Joining us now on the phone is Walter Cronkite, former anchor and managing editor of the CBS Evening News. He's anchored CBS's coverage of multiple space shots and the Apollo Moon program, of course. Scott Carpenter is in Phoenix, Arizona. It's good to see him again. One of the original Mercury 7 astronauts. He flew America's second manned orbital flight on May 24th of 1962. In Traverse City, Michigan, is Jerry Leininger, former NASA astronaut and retired U.S. Navy Medical Corps captain. He flew on the STS-64 aboard the shuttle Discovery. In Houston is Alan Bean, former NASA astronaut, retired U.S. Navy captain, was lunar module pilot for Apollo 12, the second lunar landing, and was the fourth man to step on the moon. And in Washington is Senator Bill Nelson, Democrat of Florida, one of the leading congressional experts on NASA. And while a member of the House, he served as chairman of the subcommittee on science, space, and technology, trained and flew as a crew member of STS-61C, a six-day mission of the Columbia in January of '86. Scott, what's your reaction to the occurrence this morning? Scott Carpenter first.
Okay, Larry, I think it is important now for us to do two things. First, to express our condolences to the bereaved families. And the second, maybe even more important, is to realize that space exploration has become and will continue to be a vital part of our national character. We lost some wonderful young men and women today, but there are many more coming along who will gladly take their place. We will find the problem. We will select the way to cure it. We will be in flight again soon because it is part of the national character. All you have to do is admit that the benefits justify taking the risks. Many are willing to do that.
Yeah.
We will persevere and we will prevail and we will get back soon on the road to Mars.
Walter Cronkite, do you think that the public at large was taking it as just another day and had lost interest generally in the daily coverage of space?
No, I don't believe anybody, Larry, can think of this as just another day. It's really, it seems that we are destined to be reminded from time to time of the dangers that we face in the exploration of space. We've become pretty blasé about the success of our shuttle flights and begin to pay little attention to them until our attention is called by a tragedy like this one today. And I was thinking so much of Scott Carpenter today, and it's a delight to be with you, Scott, on this particular occasion. Sorry that we've got this occasion to do it on, but I remember Scott Carpenter's re-entry into the atmosphere after the second Mercury flight, and the communications went out. And while the space control was getting information, telemetry that indicated that he was all right and gotten through this black period coming into the extreme pressure of the atmosphere from outer space, we did not know that he was all right for almost 45 minutes. And we understood how dangerous it was getting back into the atmosphere with that extreme heat on that speeding vehicle. And most of us thought that we'd lost Scott.
I remember that well. Let me ask Jerry Lindinger, what is it like in re-entry?
Re-entry is very dynamic. You're inside a fireball. Everything's moving around you. A lot of vibration, violent. You know that you are on the edge. Any astronaut that's flown in space during re-entry, I think, realize it is a critical phase of flight, and if something goes a little bit wrong, you're out of control.
And what do you mean by a little bit wrong? Give me an example.
It doesn't take much. Well, if you're, for example, your guidance or your control, if you tip the wing a little further than it should be tipped, if a tile comes undone in a critical spot, you've got fire all around, you've got tremendous heat, especially at Mach 18, you got about 3,000 degrees on the underbelly of the shuttle, and if you've got a weak link in there, if you've got a missing tile, it melts through the aluminum, hits a critical component, and once that chain reaction of bad things starts happening, it's a runaway train, and that's what we got into today.
Alan Bean, was re-entry a concern for you?
I'd say so. Of course, launch is the most critical time because that's the time when most things have to work right. Entry is the second most critical, and these two things stand out among all of them because they're about the only two times in space flight where you get doing something, and if something starts to go wrong a little bit, you can't stop and fix it. In launch, you're just going to keep launching, and you may discover you've got a problem, and if it can't solve itself almost, you're sunk. In the same way with entry. You start entering in gravity and speed, you're going to keep entering until you've slowed down greatly, and if something starts to go wrong, and as Jerry says, it doesn't take much. We forget sometimes how difficult it is to fly a spaceship in from Mach 20 all the way down to landing speed at about Mach 0.3 and have it work right. It just seems like it's easy, but it's not. It takes our best engineering and skill.
Senator Nelson, before we take a break, were you concerned about landing when you went up?
Larry, you stuff any kind of fear. You're so focused on what you're doing, but you realize the risk. And it's a part that the crew understands, but the American people think that it's as routine as getting in a car and taking a Sunday afternoon drive. It isn't.
We'll take a break and come right back with our outstanding panel. Don't go away.
It's a truly difficult day for all of us. Many of us were standing alongside the runway waiting to celebrate their triumphant return after a 16-day science mission. Sadly, I think from the video that's available, it does not appear that there were any survivors.
It reminds me of all the different places down on Earth and all the friends and family that I have all over the world. Thanks, and it's been great working with you and all the other folks.
Scott Carpenter, is there some sort of cockpit recording device like they have on jetliners in shuttles?
No, Larry, don't have that.
What was it like when you were re-entering and had that problem?
It is exciting. It goes,
good word.
The entry is part of a flight regime where the status of the flight is rapidly changing. And you have to be very careful and assure that everything goes right. It's quite a fireworks display. You've got a lot of important things to watch happen, but it's something that training prepares you for. And if everything goes right, you come back safely. Unfortunately, today, that did not happen.
Jerry Lininger, do you think they had a warning?
I know they had a little warning about tire pressure from what I've heard. You know, all the little indicators. I think the people on Earth started seeing a few sensors go out, and I think they were starting to get worried. But I think the people on board, I think it hit them very rapidly with very little to react to, and even if it had been a warning that something bad was happening, not a lot they can do when you're going 12,000 miles an hour at that critical part of flight.
Alan Bean, one of our people before who was viewing it from the ground and who works at an airport as a veteran of these things, swore that was lower than 200,000 feet. He thought it was a jetliner.
Well, first of all, he thinks that's a contrail, which means condensation trail, which means the fuel from your jet engine, the unburned fuel freezes, and that makes the white trails behind airplanes. Well, that isn't what was going on with the shuttle at 200,000 feet. There's no water behind it. What you're seeing is heat from the heat shield, and it's making sort of a smoky residue. So it's a completely different thing. And if you think it's contrails, they only work up to about 45,000, 50,000 feet. So, that's what confused him.
Senator Nelson, and you and Walter Cronkite are two civilians, in a sense, who went up. Would you go again?
I would, Larry. And I said that 17 years ago, almost at this exact time, having our crew just returned to Earth, 10 days later, Challenger launched and blew up. I was asked that question then, and I think most anyone on a crew would go again.
Walter, do you regret? I'm sorry.
It's important, Larry, it's important to the future of this country. We are as a character of American people by nature, explorers and adventurers. And we never want to give that up. If we do, we're a second-rate nation. And that's why we have to overcome this problem and get back into the flight.
Walter, do you regret that you never went?
Oh, very much so, Larry, very much so. I think it's one of the great disappointments of my life that I never got up there. I followed the space program from the very beginning and wanted to get aboard. I thought I was on the short list to make the trip that eventually went to a school teacher, and we lost McAuliffe, of course, on that Challenger trip. But the adventure of it, the experience would be inevitably great. Do you know, I was impressed today, I wonder if others were, with the fact that we had those incredible amateur pictures of the approach of the Columbia, and whether it was whether it was smoke or contrail or whatever, it seems to me that NASA's got some incredible pictures of the Columbia really almost peeling apart. You could see the parts coming off of it, and I would think that as they carefully examine those pictures, they're going to be able to determine what parts those were even, and it might simplify the search for what happened and why.
Isn't that a good point, Alan Bean?
I think it is a really good point. They're going to study those, and they have other cameras that no one has probably taken a look at yet, the film, because they don't want to take a chance of losing it. And they're going to spend a lot of time studying this, and I think they're going to be able to, you know, pinpoint exactly when something gave way and sort of what maybe it was, and put that together with the telemetry, and they'll have a step-by-step, in tenth of a second by tenth of a second timeline before too long, talking about what happened where, and then they'll back up with that and say what could have caused this, and then they'll probably go from there. So I'm sure they're working on that now, collecting this other film.
Senator Nelson, Scott Carpenter was very confident they will find the answer to what went wrong. Are you?
I am, Larry. When you add everything that everyone has said with the fact that there are pieces of the wreckage on the ground in a pattern that went in a southeasterly direction across Texas, and if the public is responding as responsibly as it apparently is, leaving those pieces of wreckage alone and notifying the authorities, they're going to get a lot of evidence from that.
Scott, everybody is gathering in Houston, the families and the like. Do former astronauts go to those things? Are you going to go?
Time will tell. I'm not sure yet, Larry.
Do you keep involved in the space program, Scott?
Of course, we all go back to Houston for our annual physicals with a newly installed medical corps, which includes geriatric surgeons.
Jerry, do you think this will diminish the program at all, that people are going to sour on it?
I don't think so. You know, those astronauts are brave souls, and I think we need to carry on. I have to say something, Larry, to Walter Cronkite. He lived vicariously through me, because when I was 14 years old and the people I'm on this show with were up there on the moon, he once was doing a broadcast and got a tear in his eye and was so choked up he couldn't talk. We were on the moon, and I said I want to do that someday. And so Walter Cronkite helped inspire me to become an astronaut. So he lived through us, and I think all of us astronauts lived through each other, and that was one fine crew up there today, and the future astronauts will be on their shoulders.
Walter, how does that make you feel?
Well, that makes me pretty proud to know that I contributed that great man to the space program, and I appreciate the kind words.
Alan Bean, do you miss it?
I miss it a lot. I left there some 22 years ago, and I think about, particularly when they're doing something exciting like EVA or repairing the Hubble Space Telescope or assembling the space station. I'll tell you, today, one of the things that's happened in the space program is the person the astronaut, whether it's male or female, they get the excitement and honors and everything else of going into space, but their mates that are home, male or female, depending, they they just get a lot of the worry, and when I...
We're out of time, Alan, but I'll tell you what, we're going to have you back, okay?
Sure, fine.
No, Alan.
We're going to have you all back.
Alan, we think of the
We're out of
families,
time,
but we
Walter.
also...
We're out of time, but you can talk to them off the air. Walter Cronkite, Scott Carpenter, Jerry Lindinger, Alan Bean, and Senator Bill Nelson. We're going to have them all back. There'll be another special edition of Larry King Weekend tomorrow night at our regular time. Anderson Cooper will follow us with more live coverage throughout the night. Thanks for joining us, and sad good night.
Miles up at more than 12,000 miles per hour. A routine re-entry becomes a national tragedy.
This day has brought terrible news.
The wall started shaking, a thunderous noise booming would seem to be right in our backyard.
We lost the data, and that's when we clearly begin to know that we had a bad day.
The Columbia's lost. There are no survivors.
So sad and sorry for the families of people that have been lost.
Tonight, from launch to the last minutes of Columbia's ill-fated return trip, what NASA and the astronauts knew.
That impact was on the left wing. We can't discount that there might be a connection.
Research mission finally underway.
This is a CNN special report. Columbia, a shuttle tragedy.
Columbia now rolling on to the proper azimuth for a 39-degree inclination to orbit.
You are looking at a live picture at Nacogdoches, Texas, where debris from the Space Shuttle Columbia waits to be collected and analyzed. Good evening from CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta. I'm Miles O'Brien. For Americans who lived through Challenger or the Apollo fire, the feelings are all too familiar: disbelief, shock, and grief. Once again, we are reduced to looking at pictures over and over and asking ourselves, how could this have happened? And once again, we are learning the names of extraordinary people, 7 of them, whose lives were filled with knowledge, accomplishments, and daring. We're learning about them, but now we will never get to know them. For the second time in NASA's history, a space shuttle has been lost along with its entire crew. The shuttle Columbia, streaking home after a 16-day mission, suddenly crumbled, broke apart, and burned up just minutes before its scheduled touchdown. It was a scene that horrified the nation, much of the world. During the next hour, we're going to tell you as much as we can about what happened early this morning in the bright blue big sky over the state of Texas. To report on this tragedy and the investigation, we will be joined by CNN's Wolf Blitzer at the Johnson Space Center near Houston, Texas, Lou Dobbs at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And if you're just joining us or have been away from our coverage for a time, we begin with my colleague Anderson Cooper, who will summarize the latest developments. Anderson.
Thanks very much, Miles. New information continues to come into CNN regarding today's shuttle disaster. Human remains have been recovered in Hemp Hill, Texas. Authorities presume it is one of the astronauts pending positive ID. There are no reports anyone on the ground was injured by falling debris. The remaining shuttles, Atlantis, Discovery, and Endeavour, have been grounded for the foreseeable future. The next shuttle flight had been set for March 1st. No longer. One problem NASA will have to address in the meantime is how to resupply the crew aboard the International Space Station. No immediate danger. They have enough food and supplies to last them through the end of May. And President Bush returned to the White House from Camp David soon after learning this morning's tragic news. A short time later, he made a televised address to the nation and ordered flags at government sites lowered to half staff. That will last through Wednesday. The president said despite the painful loss, the U.S. space program would continue. Those are the latest developments at this hour. Now our special coverage continues with Miles O'Brien.
Thank you, Anderson. Columbia's mission came to an abrupt and catastrophic end, literally over the heads of NASA controllers in Houston, Texas. And that's where we find CNN's Wolf Blitzer this evening. Wolf.
Miles, the words were very chilling. The words, the last communication that we heard Mission Control here at the Johnson Space Center in communication with the Space Shuttle Columbia, the 7 members of the crew. Let's listen to the final exchange between the crew and Mission Control.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
1
That was it. That was the last exchange between Mission Control at the Johnson Space Center, where I am right now, and the members of the crew of the Space Shuttle Columbia. The next thing, within a few minutes, white streaks were seen flashing across the skies over Texas, streaks containing debris, scaring a lot of people, of course. They heard a tumultuous explosion, a loud boom, and then the next thing they know, debris raining on parts of Texas, raining all across Texas, indeed all the way over to Louisiana, and perhaps as far away as other states as well. CNN's Ed Lavandera is joining us now from Nacogdoches, Texas, where there's been some extensive debris already spotted. Ed?
Well, Wolf, if you can imagine this morning, as many North Texas and East Texas residents were waking up this morning, they had heard word that they would be able to get a chance to see the space shuttle streaking. Its plumes streaking across the Texas sky, which is a bright blue color this morning as it was headed toward Florida. Many people watching it on live television here today, this morning, getting that rare chance to see the space shuttle streak toward Florida, and many people got to see live what had happened, the catastrophic ending to the Space Shuttle Columbia's mission. And if you can imagine, just from the southeast point of Dallas out, imagine a cone shape spreading out from across East Texas and into parts of Louisiana. We now understand a debris field that is massive for investigators to have to comb through and search through. They have warned people here to stay away from the debris. We're here at a parking lot in downtown Nacogdoches, Texas, where there's about a 3-foot piece of debris, which has been kind of a gathering point for many people here to come by and reflect as to what has happened here today. But this scene has played out all over East Texas, as many people have experienced debris falling near their homes and that sort of thing. We understand that there has been a huge effort to collect all of this, or at least to begin the process of containing that wreckage so that nobody touches it. And for the most part, we understand that most people have been paying attention. We did get a chance to speak with many people today who describe it as 2 minutes of a thunderous noise that they heard streaking across the sky, and many people sharing with us today what they experienced this morning.
That's a little more real, isn't it? To actually see pieces of it, especially here in East Texas. You know, we're not close to a space center or anything.
You feel a little closer now?
Yes, I do. I believe we all will for a while.
I've seen the tracks after I rushed out of the cafe and seen the streak in the sky that were an aircraft that came over. And then we heard the long continuous noise, which didn't sound normal. It sounded like an explosion, and the noise, like thunder, kept in the atmosphere, and ended up, we knew something possibly happened.
Wolf, to give you an idea of just how difficult this collection process will be, I've spoken already with several residents who said several hours ago they phoned in reports of small pieces of debris into the authorities here. People would come by and check it out real quick, but that still hasn't been picked up. I imagine that's the case throughout much of East Texas. Some areas are just very remote and very rural areas in some parts, so it might take some time just to be able to find all of the debris that's scattered over a massive area. Wolf?
Have you seen, Ed, any of the authorities actually collect the debris? And if you have, how do they do it? Do they have special equipment?
We have seen in a couple of places, and also spoken with residents who saw them pick up the debris as well. They do take good care in terms of figuring out what exactly the situation is. And I think it depends on each individual situation where the debris is found as to exactly how they handle it. But of course, they want to be able to preserve everything that's on there because, as you know, Wolf, investigators are going to count on a lot of this wreckage to perhaps piece this together.
And even one tiny piece of debris could hold a clue to the cause of this explosion. Ed Lavandera, thanks very much for joining us from Nacogdoches here in Texas. CNN's Chicago Bureau Chief Jeff Block's here with me at the Johnson Space Center. Jeff Block, you've been talking to people here as they gather these makeshift memorials that are going on. A lot of sad folks.
I don't doubt we're going to see it all over the country tomorrow, Wolf, but tonight, this is ground zero. This is where it's happening. This is, of course, where the astronauts lived and where they worked. I want to show us some pictures out at the front gate. It's an incredible scene out there, and I've been to a lot of, I don't know, school shootings, plane wrecks. I've never seen a memorial grow up so rapidly and so large out at the Johnson Space Center main gate. There are flowers out there. There are balloons. There's an Israeli flag draped out there. All sorts of makeshift memorials, poems that have been already written by folks. You can tell that have just been crafted. It's an incredible scene out there. And as we said, this is it's a company town. Yes, it's an oil town, Houston. Yes, it's a cow town, but it's a space town. This is a place where these folks have lived and worked and trained.
All right, we're going to be continuing to talk about what's going on. Jeff Locke, thanks very much. I know you were here, unfortunately, in 1986 when the Challenger exploded as well. We'll make some comparisons as we go along. A lot of sad people here at the Johnson Space Center. This investigation obviously only just beginning. It'll last for months, if not years. Back to you, Miles.
Well, thank you very much. Let's try to put together what we know and give you a sense of where this investigation might be headed, and also give you a sense of some places where which might ultimately turn out to be dead ends. But we'll tell you what we do know is this. On the launch of the Space Shuttle Columbia, something happened which caught all of our attention who watch Space Shuttle launches. If you look at this very closely, what you will see here is a piece of the foam, the orange foam on that external tank, fell off at high velocity into the leading edge of the left wing. NASA saw this. Engineers were looking at this throughout the entirety of the six-day mission, determined after some very careful analysis that, number one, they didn't think it caused any truly significant damage, and number two, even if it did, they had zero options to deal with it. And so the decision was made to let it be. That was the left wing. The left wing is significant in this because we do know that the failure appeared to begin on the left wing based on the telemetry we've heard from Houston and from NASA. Now, the tiles are a key thing here. There are some 20,000 of these tiles which coat a space shuttle, and you can see the little bricks here. Each of them is absolutely individual, like a little snowflake, if you will, numbered and watched over carefully. We witnessed the landing of Discovery a couple years ago, and I don't know if you can see up here, there was a missing tile on the trailing edge of the flap called the elevon. That got a lot of people's attention. One tile missing in a place that was not deemed critical, but it turned out to be a big, fairly serious investigation. There you see that missing tile there. Why are the tiles important? Well, here's what happens when a shuttle comes back from orbit. It circles the globe at 17,500 miles an hour. It's the perfect equation between speed and a free fall, and causes it just to free fall around the Earth. It slows down just enough to begin its fall to Earth, and as it comes into the atmosphere, it gets into thicker and thicker air. It heats up very quickly. The shuttle's frame is made of aluminum. Aluminum would melt well below the 3,000 degrees which a space shuttle encounters on that reentry, and so the space shuttle orbiters are covered with 3 levels of thermal protection, blankets and tiles primarily, the black tiles being the ones which are in the position to receive the most heat. As it comes in, the nose goes high, and it begins these steep banking maneuvers called roll reversals. All this is about trading speed for heat, slowing it down, and getting it just hot enough to withstand and at the levels that it can withstand. The failure that we witnessed was just as the space shuttle was at its red hottest, 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Those tiles are designed to handle that, but if some of those tiles, a cluster of those tiles, were to fall off, the shuttle would be unprotected from that tremendous heat. Now, take a look at this picture, and you'll see exactly what was captured as the shuttle Columbia streaked across the skies of Texas, 100 miles south of Dallas this morning. What started off as a single meteor-like streak, which is perfectly normal, quickly turned into something much more ominous as multiple streaks happened as it broke up in mid-flight. 200,000 feet in altitude, Mach 18, much faster than a rifle bullet. We're talking about tremendous velocity. This is the utter apex of the heat and stresses during this reentry. So if there had been any sort of weakness that occurred in that tile system, whether it happened on launch or happened for some other reason, this is when it would become exposed and obvious, and this is exactly what we're seeing here. Now, there is some concern tonight. The engineers who are poring over this data are looking at some unusual movements of those body flaps I was telling you about, those elevons. What that has to do with this, very early at this juncture to draw any sort of conclusions. Now, the debris field is literally a multi-state debris field. There's never been a breakup like this in the history of aviation. Something at this altitude traveling this fast, breaking up into pieces. And if you look on the left-hand side, you're looking at debris which was recovered from Challenger 17 years ago, the anniversary occurring just this past week. To the right, you see some of the small pieces which have been strewn across Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and parts of Louisiana. The question that I have been posing to engineers is the pieces are so small, it's spread over such a large area, could there be a smoking gun which will go unnoticed? Which is the harder debris field to handle, 100 feet below the surface of the ocean or 100 miles across the state of Texas? Hard to say, but the fact of the matter is we want to tell you that if you see a piece of the space shuttle, number one, don't touch it for the benefit of your own health. There's a toxic brew on board those space shuttles, monomethylhydrazine, nitrogen tetroxide, nasty stuff, can cause you all kinds of harm, and certainly you would not want to grab a souvenir that might be the solution to this terrible and tragic riddle. Earlier, Wolf Blitzer reported from the Johnson Space Center in Houston. That's home of mission control and the pre-flight preparation. Let me tell you just a little bit about the Johnson Space Center, sort of the heart and soul of the manned space program. This is where the astronauts live and train, and this is where the simulators are for the space shuttle. The testing that's done at Johnson Space Center often sets the standard for future space travels and is the place where astronauts live and work. Now, working in conjunction with Houston is the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It is responsible for the checkout, the launch and landing, of course, of space shuttles and their payloads. It's also where equipment designed for the International Space Station gets its final checkout and its preparations before it is loaded on board the shuttle. Today, it is where the families of the astronauts had gathered at that shuttle landing facility, that 15,000-foot runway at the Kennedy Space Center, where the shuttle returns. The alternate landing site, as you might well recall, is Edwards Air Force Base in California. And let's move on. Let's send our attention now to the Kennedy Space Center, where we find CNN's Lou Dobbs. Lou?
Miles, thank you. As you point out, ST-107 began its journey 16 days ago, launching from Pad A here at the Kennedy Space Center. The men and women of NASA here today, first shocked and grief, trying to come to terms with this tragedy, trying to begin the process here, as in every NASA center across the country, of trying to understand what had caused the loss of life, the loss of the Columbia. But the first thing that the men and women of NASA today wanted to do was to remember, to honor, and to pay tribute to the 7 crew members lost this morning on the Columbia. And NASA observed a minute of silence.
Well, I'm feeling pretty bad about this accident. Ever since Challenger crashed, I thought there was never going to be another space shuttle accident. Now I'm here today at the memorial, and I'm ashamed of the 7 astronauts that were killed at this time today. That's all I have to say.
It's just pure shock, disbelief. This is unreal. I mean, you come out here expecting to see a shuttle land, and it's just not there. It's just not there. It's just completely floors you.
It's sort of heart-rending because of the loss of these people. And it's hard to even conceive, you know, that we've lost additional people.
John Zarrella has been here with me throughout much of this tragic day. And John, these fallen astronauts who we honor and remember tonight, not alone as tragic victims of the failures amidst all of the glorious successes of the U.S. space program.
Right, that's right, Lou. And in fact, as you're well aware, not too far from here at the Visitors Center, there is a memorial to the astronauts, a granite slab over there. And there were lots of people here today because they expected to see a landing. Always busy on weekends, more so today. They did not see that landing, and when word filtered down and finally came out that, in fact, there had been a terrible tragedy
over Texas, many people began to go to that granite memorial. It is a wall, and inscribed on that wall the names of 17 astronauts who have perished. Of course, the Challenger 7, the Apollo 1 fire victims, the 3 astronauts there, and then another 7 astronauts who perished in other means who had not made it to flight. So 17 astronauts in all. People went to pay their tributes there. What they did there was to lay flowers. Some of them prayed. Some of them just observed a moment of silence, as the NASA workers themselves did as well. And we can certainly expect that, as we saw out at the Johnson Space Center, that the memorials, the ad lib memorials that people are bringing will probably grow and grow as the days go by here at the Kennedy Space Center, as people come to pay tribute, tragically, once again, to 7 more fallen heroes. Lou?
To pay tribute and to come to terms with grief. John, thank you very much. John Zarrella. Now back to you, Miles O'Brien.
Thank you very much, Lou. One of the astronauts who's flown on Columbia, as a matter of fact, one of the most seasoned astronauts ever, NASA's Story Musgrave, will be with us shortly. I'll talk about Columbia with him and the risks and rewards of space flight after we take a brief break. Stay with us. We'll have more on this in just a moment, and we're going to be hearing from Story Musgrave, 6-time shuttle flyer, retired in 1996 from NASA. How his insights will undoubtedly be helpful to us all on this tragic day. But before we do that, let's go back to Houston and Wolf Blitzer. Wolf?
Thank you very much, Miles. A lot of people are focusing their attention right now on these 7 astronauts. Who exactly were they? We know that over the past several years, they've been training very intensely here in Houston at the Johnson Space Center, but all of these 7 individuals were remarkable. You're seen as Frederica Whitfield with a look at the 7.
Shuttle Commander Rick Husband never had any question about his chosen profession. He knew since
to work with, it's very interactive, and
I wanted to be an astronaut, and it was about that time when the Mercury program started up, and so I saw those things on the TV, and it just really excited me.
He joined the Air Force, became a test pilot, rose to colonel, and in 1994 joined NASA and achieved his goal. 5 years later, Husband piloted Shuttle Discovery on the first docking with the International Space Station. Rick Husband was married with 2 children. Payload specialist Ilan Raymond, the first Israeli in space, leaves behind a wife and 4 children. Raymond served as a fighter pilot before being chosen as his nation's first astronaut in 1997. Indian-born mission specialist Kalpana Chawla earned a degree in aeronautical engineering in her home country before moving to the United States, where she became a citizen and joined NASA. Chawla made her inaugural spaceflight in 1997. For pilot William McCool, the Columbia mission was his first flight into space. A former test pilot, he was responsible for maneuvering the shuttle during its numerous scientific experiments. Air Force Lieutenant Commander Michael Anderson was Columbia's payload commander. Married with 2 children, Anderson was the son of an Air Force pilot, raised around military bases. He had been in space once before on a 1998 shuttle flight that delivered equipment to the Russian space station Mir. Anderson was in charge of the shuttle's science experiments and said he was energized by the potential for discovery.
Yeah, I am excited about this flight. This is a really exciting flight. I think if you take each of the payloads that we have on this flight and you sit down and you really look at it and you really study them, you realize that there's tremendous potential.
Mission specialist David Brown was a U.S. Navy captain, a pilot, and a flight surgeon. He became an astronaut in 1996 and was making his first trip into space. Although his focus was on specialized experiments, Brown recognized the broad appeal of space exploration.
Well, the dream of going to space is not unique to just astronauts or Americans or any particular nationality. It's a broadly held dream. So the fact that other countries and other people want to do that is no surprise.
Columbia's other mission specialist was Laurel Clark, a U.S. Navy commander and a flight surgeon. She was aboard submarines after medical school before becoming an astronaut. Dr. Clark spoke from the shuttle just hours before the Columbia lost communications with NASA ground controllers.
Well, good morning, Houston. We're getting ready for a big day up here. Had a great time on orbit and really excited to come back home.
Laurel Clark leaves behind an 8-year-old son. Frederica Whitfield, CNN.
Family members are understandably reluctant to speak out so quickly after this horrible tragedy, although some actually are seeking to make their views known. Here are some of the reactions from some of the loved ones.
I can't believe it's happened. He was so happy for him. It was his top of his life, and that's what happened. I have a connection with him in email. Yeah, and just 2 days ago I got the last email from him, and he was so happy. And he said that he's so happy that he doesn't want to come back to us, and he didn't come back to us.
There was complete panic at the moment. I realized that there was something had gone wrong. I had the TV on in here and the computer on in the other room, and I was running in between trying to find out what was going on. It was awful.
At church services throughout this area in Houston, especially around the Johnson Space Center, the grief will be very, very visible during the services Sunday morning. Miles?
Wolf Blitzer in Houston. We'll check in with you in just a few moments, and we will be checking in with Story Musgrave, 6-time shuttle veteran. First flew in 1983, last flew in 96. Quite a storied career, if you will excuse that expression. Stay with us for that after a brief break. Welcome back to our special report of the tragedy of the Space Shuttle Columbia. We're going to be talking to Story Musgrave in just a moment. Before we do that, let's get an update on the latest facts as we know them from Anderson Cooper. Anderson?
Miles, thanks very much. We can report that human remains have been recovered from the debris field in Hemphill, Texas. Authorities are assuming they may be that of Columbia crew member. Shuttle debris is being found in yards, fields, and various other places throughout the state. People are being cautioned against touching whatever they might find because it might be toxic. In honor of the Columbia crew, President Bush today ordered flags on all federal buildings to be flown at half staff until Wednesday. The governors in many states have done the same. We're now going to check in. Actually, we'll just go back to Miles O'Brien. Miles?
All right, Anderson, thank you very much. You know, one of the reasons we explore space is to push the boundaries of science. And for the Shuttle Columbia, the 16 days in space have been completely earmarked for scientific experiments. Not exaggeration to say that years and years of effort went into getting these scientific experiments together, and in this case, to fly on this particularly long science mission. The Columbia carried experiments on changes in the spread of flame in space. Flames do not burn like they do here in the world of gravity, an important thing to know when you have an ongoing International Space Station. Also, flowers that grow in space don't smell the same. Why? Well, we don't know. That was one of the experiments. The effects of weightlessness on rats and how that might relate to human beings who spend long-term stays in space. Measurements of atmospheric dust. This was the prime experiment for Ilan Ramon, the Israeli astronaut. He was looking at how dust might have something to do with global warming, particularly looking at dust storms in the Middle East. And B, and spider behavior and weightlessness was also looked at, all in the quest for learning more about the human body performs, and in some cases doesn't perform, in the absence of gravity. All that with an eye toward further exploration one day in space. Now, more than one former astronaut was probably reliving a mission or two before today's events went horribly wrong. With us is Story Musgrave, a veteran of 6 space flights, and Mae Jemison, the first African-American woman to fly in space, who flew one mission in 1992. I want to begin with you, Story. You had the opportunity on your last mission to make some observations about re-entry and the heat that is encountered when a shuttle re-enters the atmosphere. Tell us a little bit about what you saw and what impressed you about it.
Yes, Miles, I think heat rejection is a critical factor in what happened today. And to get a real feel for how much heat you need to reject, if you look at a launch, the external tank, how much fuel, the solids with how much fuel, all of that energy that goes into a launch has to come out on the heat of re-entry. And so if you look at burning up the amount of fuel that is carried, it has to come out in the heat of re-entry. On STS-80, my final flight in 1986, after an 18-day flight, I had no responsibility, no technical responsibility during the entry. So I had the opportunity to simply stand with all my gear on in the flight deck and look out the overhead window. So from your point of view, if you'll have the nose going that way, the tail toward you, and I am here looking out the overhead window, from Mach about 23 down to Mach 10, the amount of fire that you are engulfed in, you cannot believe that you are not evaporated in a flash. But what is amazing is you are absolutely enveloped in this flame, but the flame paints your shock waves. And so the flame is a medium, and you see the supersonic shock waves in there. You see this blue lightning coming off the nose that is energizing this whole pattern. Whenever a rocket jet, an attitude control jet goes off, the whole thing dissipates, and it comes back in a flash.
Wow.
And I did, standing up, I was able to hold a camcorder in the window and record that and show my fellow crew members with a little monitor. What was amazing is in the S-turns for navigation and to manage our energy, in those S-turns, on one side of the tail, I had a different auroral color, and on the other side, I would have a different color.
That's fascinating.
And this was really amazing to me.
When you witnessed that, you had to be impressed with how much work these tiles have to do. These little tiles, little teeny pieces laid together like bricks, which are very fragile and yet really hold your lives in their hands, if you'll excuse that, giving it personification. But nevertheless, it's a fragile system and yet a hardy system, isn't it?
I would call it a fragile system. I'd call it a very critically vulnerable system in which everything has to come out perfectly. I look upon launch as a beautiful butterfly that's bolted on a bullet. But today, of course, the emphasis is on re-entry and how tens of thousands of tiles have got to do their thing.
Let's go to Mae Jemison. Mae, you flew in 1992, and did you have a similar experience on re-entry? Did you have this sense of being enveloped in tremendous heat?
Well, what Story described really talked about looking out the window. When you're actually seated, you don't have that sensation. Basically, what you're feeling is that all of a sudden you're getting weight again. You've been in space for a number of days. The members of the crew who are on the flight deck are watching the computers, watching what's going on to try to make sure that nothing is going awry. But you don't actually have that feeling because you're not seeing it, which is what's remarkable about what Story was able to observe.
It seems like a wild ride, Mae, is it?
Coming back in?
Yeah.
It doesn't, no, you're bleeding off a lot of energy, but what's going on inside of the shuttle, I didn't feel like it was a very wild ride. In fact, it was fairly tame from what you expect. But I think that the comment you made about the tiles is very true. The tiles do an incredible amount of work because they have to insulate the shuttle in a very small distance of space. And they've done that task many times.
Story, let's go back to what you're saying about it being a fragile system. That in a way, I think a lot of people would say, wait a minute, fragile. It's coming in at beginning at Mach 25, slowing down to zero ultimately at the runway, shedding off heat all the while, entering the atmosphere under tremendous stress. Surely it has to be a hardy system.
No, sir. I don't look upon it as a hardy system. The engineering has to be perfect, and the engineering has been perfect. It's a marvel that the system has been able to pull it off. I still call it a very, very fragile system. A tile is like this. A tile is about this thick, but it weighs nothing, and you can feel it even when it's almost white hot because it has no heat capacity. You can push your finger right into it. All of that has to work. You can have mock erosion, in which you're supersonic. You can have mock erosion. It can eat you into pieces. There's all kinds of very high-tech engineering involved.
I'm curious what you...
Go ahead, May. Go ahead. I would like to make a comment in the
Please
terms
do.
when you talk about fragile. I would think of many times when you talk about systems as fragile, if you talk about the human body as fragile, if you find if the right problem, the right accident comes along, then something that seems relatively minor can be catastrophic. But at the same time, the human body is remarkable. I think if you look at it in fragile in that sense, then you'll get a better feel for what Story is describing, that it has this tremendous precision engineering that has worked over and over again. But if you get to a point where you have the right accident, then something catastrophic can occur.
That's an interesting analogy. I hadn't heard it put that way, but that seems to make a lot of sense to me. Story Musgrave, we've been talking a lot about that piece of foam which fell off the shuttle on ascent not long after liftoff. Struck the left wing. NASA looked at it, didn't determine that there was anything really serious there, or that was the conclusion, at least at the time. Do you think that that is ultimately going to be a dead end, or is that something that ultimately will lead to some sort of conclusion as to what went wrong?
I am sorry, Miles. I just don't have the technical information. I just don't know what to say on that one.
All right. Well, we appreciate you being honest and candid and not getting into the realm of speculation. Mae Jemison, your thoughts. Do you feel fairly confident that NASA is going to, as Bill Reedy described it earlier, head of human spaceflight, said, we'll find it, we'll fix it, and we'll move on. Do you think that's going to happen?
I think that definitely an answer will be found, and I have a feeling it'll be found very quickly because, remember, the shuttle has an incredible amount of data and telemetry that's coming down constantly, and an answer will be found. We'll figure out how to fix some parts of it. You can't say that every phase of human spaceflight is always going to be survivable, nor can we make it survivable, but how we move on with the space program is really going to depend on the commitment of the American public and how we react to this. I remark that when I was a little girl and the Apollo 1 fire occurred, we found out what happened, and we said, let's go to the moon. And I think that's what we need to do now, is to really find out what happened, fix what we can to the best of our ability, but don't say that we can't do this, we can't explore space, we can't expand human presence.
Story
until we make it completely without any problems.
Story, you became an astronaut in 1967 and lived through all that. Just briefly, as we take away from that, having that experience, Apollo 1, Challenger, and looking at this from afar, do you have any doubt in your mind that the U.S. will return to space with human beings inside spaceships?
Miles, I have no doubt at all. We have to go forward for lots of reasons. We will have other accidents. They're unavoidable. Even since Challenger, I'm incredibly proud of this team. I have seen nothing but the right kinds of decisions, the right kind of actions, the right kind of tender love and care. I mean, really explicit care. I'm incredibly proud of this team. But we are going to have more accidents. But I think what we have to have is a vision for where we are going into the future. We have no vision for what vehicle is to come next. We have no ideas about what we might do next, not only in terms of human spaceflight, but also robotic missions to explore the planets, the moons of the planets. In other words, where would we like to be 10 years from now, 15 years from now? We have to think ahead, and we just have to keep pushing forward. We need to get a low-cost, reliable access to space and things like that, and we need to blend the robotic missions with the human missions so we can optimize our pursuit of space flight.
Story Musgrave, shuttle veteran, 6 flights, Mae Jemison, first African-American woman to fly in space. Thank you both for being with us tonight on this special report on the tragedy of the Space Shuttle Columbia. We will take a break. When we return, we'll look at the issue of the aging shuttle fleet. A lot of people would tell you that's a misnomer. The shuttle's airframes designed for 100 missions. This was the 28th mission of the Space Shuttle Columbia, although it was more than 20 years old. Question is, were they old or were they made new every time around? Stay with us. When the space shuttles were designed in the mid-70s, it was thought they would fly much more frequently. Each of them was designed to fly 100 missions. This was Columbia's 28th mission and the 113th mission in the space shuttle history so far. The question is, are they too old to be flying? Some have brought those questions out, but anybody who's spent any time looking at space shuttles and how they're treated, to say the least, they are babied. Something old is nothing new for NASA's manned spaceflight effort, dealing with a spacecraft designed in the 70s and launch facilities built during the moon race. The first sign of trouble came here, deep in the tangle of wires and pipes inside the aft compartment of Atlantis in June. An eagle-eyed inspector saw this, a crack no bigger than 1/3 of an inch. A small thing, but in a critical spot. The 12-inch pipe that carries liquid hydrogen rocket fuel from the shuttle's big external tank to its main engines.
The worst-case scenario is that you could continue to crack, break off a piece of the material, but if that material breaks off and gets ingested by the main engine, it could be a bad day. It could be a catastrophic event for us.
More inspections ordered, more cracks found, about a dozen in all. The fleet was grounded. And Dittemore called for the aerospace equivalent of a full-court press, led by Chief Engineer Ralph Rowe. He has the briefing charts to prove it.
We were working 300 actions in parallel. So we had a team structured to handle a workforce of 200 and 300 action items, and we were meeting on a daily basis until we got a decent handle on what the problem was.
They now believe it was a flaw in the way the pipes were made a quarter-century ago. But simply ordering new parts from the manufacturer was not a viable option.
The jigs and the tooling and even some of the people are now going away. We have now been in contact with them, and they are pulling the tooling out to go manufacture some additional lines. And they also pulling back what we call some of the graybeards that understand how you go build those lines.
So instead, the cracks were welded over and polished smooth by the steadiest hands in the hangar.
We're not going to fly with something we don't understand, so we are going to take a time out.
The shuttle team will likely push for continued improvements to the avionics, hardier wheels and tires, replacement of old tape data recorders with digital technology, even replacing clunky old circuit boards.
You cannot replace this vehicle with the exact capabilities that we have and be cost-effective at it.
But in the space business, even the first step can be daunting. While engineers burn the midnight oil to fix the fuel line cracks, another team found some badly cracked bearings in the 37-year-old crawler that takes a stacked shuttle out to the pad. Miles O'Brien, CNN, Houston. And that report came several months ago. The issue of those cracks in the fuel lines, unlikely to have anything to do with this, but the general issue of age and fatigue in metal is an issue that will be looked at. Randy Avera is a veteran of the Challenger investigation. He's been with us all day helping us understand some of the technicalities. To what extent do you think, Randy, that the possibility of age or metal fatigue might come into play here?
Well, the key here is reliability. Reliability is a factor that directly affects safety, and age always is a factor in reliability. Design and age, cycles, maintenance program, all that comes down to the reliability. The original vision of the shuttle program was a 10-year program, each orbiter designed for 100 missions with a 2-week turnaround. Of course, we all know that's not the actual track record of the time and frequency of flight of the shuttle.
Not even close, as a matter of fact. The turnaround turned out to be much more complicated. Let's talk then about something that struck me about that piece, and something that Ron Dittemore said, which stands in stark contrast to the days before Challenger, which is those cracks were found and they called a timeout. They've had a lot of timeouts of late. There was a problem with the wiring a couple of summers ago, grounded the entire fleet to look at several nicks in wires all throughout the fleet of 4 at the time. It seems as if there had been a sea change in the way NASA thought after Challenger. Would you agree?
Well, the whole purpose of the Challenger investigation in 1986 was to find a new way of doing business in regard to quality and accountability of management, and that the problems found at the lowest working levels would find their way reliably and accurately to the management staff for proper review and decision for safety of launch questions. In regard to the design, we're talking about a design that's from the 1960s, and it's clearly time that the United States and other countries cooperate in looking to the future and looking to new designs and ways of coming up with the funding for that and expanding the fleet of orbiters from 4 to a fleet that is of a useful size for the near-term and long-term future.
All right, but Randy, do you think, in your heart of hearts, that NASA has been flying the shuttle safely post-Challenger?
I can say from being an investigator that NASA, on a regular working basis, has tremendous technical problems that are just amazing that are accomplished. And as far, we're talking human beings here. NASA does what is humanly possible to address this. And what I refer to as the NASA method. It's the method which has been developed by NASA over the last 40 or so years, and the National Aerospace organizations prior to that, like NACA, for example, that was prior to NASA. The NASA method is about quality control and precision and skill in manufacturing and training. And people are human. There's a limit to what we can expect humans to accomplish.
Randy Avera, thanks for all your efforts on our behalf today, and we will be checking in with you as this investigation unfolds. From the start, when the President heard that NASA had lost contact with the shuttle Columbia, Mr. Bush feared the worst. CNN's Suzanne Malveaux visits the Situation Room on this somber day.
In honor of those lost, the flag at the White House lowered at half-staff. President Bush once again charged with carrying out the somber duty of bringing the nation together in time of tragedy.
My fellow Americans, this day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country. At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our space shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors.
6 Americans and 1 Israeli lost, people the president said assumed great risk in the service to all humanity.
The cause in which they died will continue. Mankind is led into the darkness beyond our world by the inspiration of discovery and the longing to understand. Our journey into space will go on.
Just after 9 o'clock this morning at Camp David, President Bush is notified by his chief of staff that NASA has lost contact with the shuttle. At 10:30, he's briefed by NASA's director and decides to return to the White House early. The Situation Room at the White House goes into full gear, notifying all the principals. By 12:30, the president is back in the Oval Office when NASA's director tells him there are no survivors. 15 minutes later, Mr. Bush, standing at his desk, holds a conference call with the victims' families who are gathered around a speakerphone at the Kennedy Space Center. He tells them, "We express our love and appreciation for all those who died today. I want the loved ones to know there are millions of Americans praying for you, including me and Laura. It's an incredibly tough day for you. May God bless you all. I wish I was there to hug, cry, and comfort you right now." In a poignant moment, a White House aide who was with the president says after the call, a somber Mr. Bush briefly excused himself to the executive residence. The president also called Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon to offer his condolences for the Israeli astronaut lost. And the president received calls from world leaders from Mexico, Canada, and even those recently at odds with the president over his stand with Iraq, France, and Russia. It was a big test for the Department of Homeland Security. Its new Secretary, Governor Tom Ridge, able to collect and assess information quickly to assign FEMA the lead role in recovery and to reassure the American people. that no matter how tragic this disaster was, it was not the result of terrorism. Suzanne Malveaux, CNN, the White House.
It's been an emotional day for all of us here at CNN, for all of us in this country. I'm Miles O'Brien. Thank you for being with us. To close out this hour, we thought we'd take you back to earlier in the Columbia mission with words and pictures from high above the earth. Happier times.
3, 2, 1. We have booster ignition and liftoff of Space Shuttle Columbia with a multitude of national and international space research experiments.
From the time I was about 4 years old, I wanted to be an astronaut.
I couldn't be any more excited about a space mission than I am about this one.
It's beyond imagination until you actually get up and see it and experience it and feel it.
Good morning, Houston. We're getting ready for a big day up here. Had a great time on orbit and really excited to come back home.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages and we did not copy your last. Roger.
This day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country. At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our space shuttle Columbia. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors.
This is indeed a tragic day for the NASA family, for the families of the astronauts who flew on STS-107, and likewise tragic for the nation.
Pure shock, disbelief. This is unreal. I mean, you come out here expecting to see a shuttle land, and it's just not there.
I'm crying because 7 lives got lost in this.
We're devastated because of the events that unfolded this morning. There's a certain amount of shock in our system because we have suffered the loss of 7 family members. But our thoughts and our prayers go out to the families of Rick and Willie, David and Kalpana, Michael, Laurel, and Elan. True heroes, and we are suffering for the events that have happened this morning. She'd been working towards that goal of getting up there, and I'm thankful she at least got to do that. And I just wish I could have had a chance to actually hear back from her what it was like. And we're going to miss her.
We are a nation of explorers. That's why this great nation has come to what it is. And the space program will go on too, for that reason.
These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more.